Hello! Welcome back to Roll4It, where favorite YouTube streamers get together to play some lovely tabletop RPGs. Of course, today we are playing Game of Thrones Riverlands, the Song of Ice and Fire Game of Thrones edition system. Maggie looks like she's been caught in a headlight. Are you okay there, Maggie?
What?
You just went... Okay.
That was the sips tea.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was like...
Totally nonchalant, just like that. Okay. So, welcome back. Right. Let's start off with some announcements. Firstly, thank you, Richard and Miss Amy Hoyle, for supporting today's episode, making it possible to pay the majority of the cast costs, so thank you very much. Also, there's a load of stuff now on the Patreon. Let me go pull it up. There we go. There is an NPC name post out, so if you are at a certain tier and above, you can go write down some NPC names. I know some have been submitted already. There's a newsletter out if you wish to go check that out. And obviously there is a GM poll is open that might have to close during this episode because it does pertain.
Now, not newsletters.
Oh, sorry. Recap. Well, tell Bentham off. He wrote newsletter.
I know.
And then also there is a GM poll out which pertains to today, possibly. If it does pertain to today, Benson's going to close it because it might come up. If it doesn't come up, it'll be running until next week, but it might well turn up this episode. So if you are GM tier and above and you haven't voted in it, please go do the voting thing now. Because that might well come up, and if it does, it might be too late. Bentham, tell me the results in like 5 minutes' time. Right. So, shilling. I'll go through the shilling real fast before we can get to the recap, because a lot has happened. And we're doing a little bit of time skip as well. So, shilling. You can go check us out at patreon.com/roll4it with a number of different tiers and a number of different rewards. We've already talked about a few of them in the intro there. But you can support the show and make it possible to play the majority of our cast. All of our cast. We pay all of our cast, not just the majority. We pay all of them. So, if you go there, there'll be stuff like MP3s, after shows, GM tier polls, GM information, player information, NPC names, recaps, and obviously the Legend tier, where you get a once-monthly game GM'd by a member of the Roll4It cast, which was this month, or last month, was Bub, and everybody died.
It's true. They did. It was unfortunate for them, but it was fun for me.
Congratulations.
They had a lot of fun doing it too, to be totally fair.
They really enjoyed dying.
They really do.
There we go. Maybe the Roll4It like fan club should be named Lemmings, because they really don't mind. There's also Twitch. If you want to subscribe on Twitch, you can go see the VODs before they go out on YouTube, which only takes 24 hours because of processing. There's also access to our Discord, just like the Patreon, which is actually quite active. I suggest you go check out the community there. And obviously you get emotes and stuff as well. Furthermore, you can tip and use bits if you so wish. First blog, thank you for demonstrating the subscription down there. And if you want to do so, you can just let people know about the show, about the things we do. You can go and retweet things, stencil it on someone's chest while they're asleep, whatever you gotta do, really. Thank you very much. So that's it for the shilling. Catch up. So it's lean. What's happened so far to House Rook in these few episodes?
Well, okay. So, quick recap. So big things that happened. My brother or my father had been keeping something. We have a bit of a family secret that was recently discovered by some of the other players. To start there, there was Luvina and my sister Liana returned from Dorne, and it was really great. We spent some time with them, but Luvina happened to notice that my sister was wandering off to this inconspicuous room, or the secret room, that looked just a little suspicious to her. So she looked into it, discovered that my mother is still alive, and most people thought she passed away, giving birth to my youngest brother. That is not the case. She's alive and acting kind of strange, looks unwell, perhaps. So Luvina found out about it. My father was not very happy. Declan also happened to find out about it through some visions he had and some investigating himself. He went to my mother's grave, dug it up, and found out she was not there. Both of them spoke with my father about it, and he told them a little bit about, kind of not fully about what's going on. But it is something that it seems myself knows, my brother knew. The only person in our family, quote unquote, who didn't know was Caliph, because he is a bastard, so not his mother didn't know about it. So that was one big thing that happened with House Rook. The next big thing, we were, as a group, kind of discussing my brother Tommen, my eldest brother. He unfortunately last episode passed away.
Mhm.
He was killed. Not passed away, he was killed.
Your eldest brother, Hoster.
Hoster, sorry. Tommen is my father. Hoster. And well, we don't fully know how I know how he was killed, but Luvina and Declan do not know exactly what happened. They're a little suspicious of what happened. But from Ithleen's point of view, he was poisoned. There was the bandit who we were taking to the house south of us that I cannot remember right now. Sorry,
Reimer?
my recap is a little all over the place. Yes, Reimer. We were bringing a bandit who killed a family member of House Reimer, and he somehow got loose from his shackles and had a weapon that he stabbed my brother with, and it turned my brother mad in a way, something I, as Ithleen, had not seen before, and he began to attack me. And it was a bit of a sticky situation, and a certain somebody came to my rescue and took him out, and we made a little deal after that. So Luvina and Declan do know about the death of my brother, that he died a hero. And right now we're kind of in the getting towards the mourning process. Maybe, you know, if there's been a time skip, there's been some time to mourn my brother, but obviously probably not a good time right now for our house, as Hoster is being killed.
And we learned something really important at the end of the episode,
Which was?
which that John Aaron is dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Kind of big news.
That was like
yeah.
the last
big
big, you know, cherry on the ice cream for this episode.
Yes.
Okay. So, with that, 6 months will have passed since the last episode, which means that A, there's going to be a house fortune roll. B, does anyone want to do anything in the meantime? Any minor things you want to do, any personal things, or any big like initiatives you want to try and spearhead?
Well, yes, there are some things I know I've messaged you about that I was going to be doing during the time. So we can role play that out because they're probably pretty big things.
Okay.
So first off, when we return, after we come back and, you know, return to the news that my brother is dead, Ithleen will kind of take some time to herself, but a few weeks go by and she does want to talk with Declan and Luvina. I don't know if they will be together at any time, but I could do one-on-one, or
You've got
the
plenty
time
of
that I
time to
can
try
get
and
them.
get them together. You've
I
got
would probably
weeks.
want to find a time to get them together because they were with me when they came down and my brother died. So I would like to speak with both of them about it. And
Unless
kind
you
of
two are trying to avoid her in any way.
I don't see why I would.
No.
Okay.
Lavina's always
Declan
lounging
works.
around.
Declan's fairly studious, but he adheres to anyone inside of the house.
I mean, it's my job to lend an ear, right? So.
okay. So I would catch you two. Again, like it's been kind of a few weeks since Hoster's death. But I would come to you guys kind of looking a little distraught. And there's something I wanted to talk to you guys about. Lavina, Declan.
Okay. Have you been sleeping? You look tired.
On and off, yes. I know it's been a few weeks since we returned from the Reimers. Things have been a little somber here at House Rook.
It's important.
Yes. How are you guys doing? How is everything?
How long would you say you have waited, curiously enough?
A few weeks. And it's not that I'm particularly avoiding, I'm just kind of just isolating myself in a way.
Declan would probably pause for a long while before finally meeting your gaze with busy. Things have been quite busy in the Riverlands. But I was expecting you to finally see us.
Yes. I'm sorry that it took this long. Things have not been easy, and I've been trying to process a lot of this and understand, because you both might know or have suspected a little bit. I haven't been completely truthful with what happened with my brother.
Is this so?
Yes. This is... She'll pause for a minute. This is really hard for me to talk about.
Well, you have come to us because you want to tell us, yes?
Yes. I trust you both, and I wasn't fully sure how to relay this information. I definitely did not want this to be something that the Reimers knew about. My brother, he wasn't just killed by this bandit. There was a poison on the blade that killed him, that he was stabbed with, and the blade, when he was stabbed, it turned him into something that wasn't him. He suddenly went mad. He attacked me. His eyes didn't look the same. His demeanor wasn't the same. It was like he suddenly changed. It wasn't my brother. I tried talking to him. I don't know what this blade did to him, but it changed him.
Storyteller, how aware are we of what Basilisk's blood actually does?
Make a knowledge roll.
That's a super critical fail.
You have no idea.
I probably even forgot that he was poisoned at this point.
Do I have any knowledge of it at all?
Hell no. It's very rare.
Okay.
Like, this stuff, like, out of character, this stuff has to be imported from a way overseas.
Yeah.
So there is no chance that you even remotely know about this on a 5.
Okay.
Would the maester have told me at all when I was questioning him?
You know what? I can roll for the maester to see if the maester would have mentioned anything.
Okay.
Good call, Declan. Yeah, we know nothing, gang.
15. He will have mentioned something about there being poisons that are brought in from overseas that are normally ingested that can send a person insane. He doesn't know the exact specifications of it, but he knows that there are poisons that can do that.
Okay.
But again, if you haven't asked him about something that sends someone insane in that way, he wouldn't have thought to mention it. But if you ask him after this, or if you go consult him now, he will know.
But I did find out that it was Basilisk's blood last episode. I just didn't know what it did.
Yeah, you recall from like one of your visions about something about it.
Okay.
I'm sorry that this took so long to tell you both. That it took so long. Honestly, a part of me wanted to just repress that and just say that my brother died fighting this bandit. He died a hero, not died a madman. I don't want that. And I didn't want to tell anybody that. But somebody must have done this. The bandit, it couldn't have just been him putting that poison on the blade. Somebody set this up.
Declan, what do you know of this poison?
I know what it was, not whom used it.
What was it?
It is called Basilisk's blood.
Seems exotic.
I spoke to the maester. He said it was rare. Not of these lands. He said it was also quite expensive.
So who, pray tell, would have access to such a rare item? Especially somebody here.
That I do not know. Nor the maester. And he seemed quite earnest. I don't take him for much of a liar. And if he is, he's much better at deceiving than I am at discerning. Though it is expensive, it's not something that I quite expect to fall into the hands of many.
The real question is, who would want your brother dead and why?
I don't know.
Maybe the Rhymers?
Why?
But
why would they kill him? They seemed as surprised and moved by the event as we are.
Eye for an eye.
And how would they have poisoned that blade? We were on our way to see them.
I do not think it's as simple as the Rhymers, but at first glance, it could be perceived as much.
Okay.
I'm telling you this both because you were there at his death, or shortly after, I should say. But I have to tell my father this too. He deserves to know the truth. I don't know.
Why did you wait so long?
Like I said, I didn't want people to think of my brother and the way he was, the way I saw him before he died. I wanted people to think that he died a hero because that's what he would have wanted.
I walk over to Ithleen and simply put kind of a hand on your shoulder and brush your hair back, and I say, Ithleen, you know that Declan and I love your family. If you want this to be a secret, it is our secret. And the decision to tell your father is yours.
And
this information is helpful. We will consider it.
I want to find out who did this, because I know somebody did. It wasn't just the bandit who was... I want to find out.
As do I.
We will find out. Until then, your family is more important than ever, Ithleen.
Lady Ithleen, your brother had multiple stab wounds on his back. Some of them were a bit more pointed, targeted shots. I've seen the way you fancy and hold a blade, and I know you're not as capable. Was there someone else there accompanying you?
Well, pause. Storyteller. I am going to tell them something, but you know what? Actually, we'll just go ahead and go with it.
Okay.
And if I screw up, then I screw up.
Okay. In which case,
Okay.
just make sure you think very carefully about what you're going to say, and then feel free to roleplay as usual.
Okay. I did have to fight. I did have to fight my brother. He grappled me. And I had to be the one to fight back.
It's okay, Ithleen. Remember, that was not your brother.
When she looks down, I'm going to throw a glance to Luvina.
Yeah, and I'm going to nod back like, let's calm her down and talk somewhere. And I also nudge towards the Dornish wine, because it's coming with us. Ithleen, when was the last time you slept well?
The one night I took some drugs to help me sleep well. I took
She goes, oh, really? Come, why don't you take an afternoon nap? I'll put fresh lavender under your pillow. I will pass you a little powder, and you will sleep like a baby till the moon rises.
That would be nice.
Come on. Declan, maybe a glass of wine when I'm done.
I'll fetch.
And I walk with Ithleen to her room and just kind of help her
Okay.
calm down and go to sleep. Which I believe, actually, whatever they gave her, I have some of. Let me double check what I got in my... What have I got?
what it was called.
Cyanide, no. Arsenic, no.
No. Oh, I have sweet sleep.
Okay.
I brew her up a cup of sweet sleep.
Then, sure. Unless you want to
will-
resist it, you...
No, I will definitely take some and try to get a good night's rest. or a good day's rest.
Yeah, good
I'll
day's
just
rest,
rest the whole day.
Yeah. In which case, you have a sweet sleep.
Lavina,
Declan?
you know as well as I do that she did not use that blade. Even if it is in her possession. She's not talented enough. And she cannot take a life.
No. The only other person who was there was John. Though the story goes he was fetching firewood. My well-toned ass, he was fetching fire.
And well-toned it is.
We all have our assets, Declan.
I don't understand. John was never capable with a blade. He never expressed any latent talent. Always more skilled with a bow. These were rapid, pointed.
Okay, let us think. Etheline took a fall from her horse. I have been looking over her dress for the past few weeks, and their tints shows breaking of the threads near her gut, as if she were to be run through, but it was potentially not finished. They were riding on horseback. Prisoner behind. Cuffs free, he grabs blade and stabs him in back. What, maybe once before?
Before reaction. I
Probably.
do not know how fast this basilisk's blood moves,
It's
but
true.
I presume it is quick.
Etheline probably attempts to protect her brother, knowing how bold and fire she is, and maybe they tumble from horse. This is how she injured her knee. And if he begins to go crazy and he in fact grapple her, there's no way he could have gotten extra stabs from the back. She may have been able to stab him from front or
Even the side. Yes.
But not in the back. There had to be a second person.
This was as I would have guessed. I suspect it was John, but I cannot be for certain.
But I ask you this. If they are lovers, true lovers, would you be able to stab your lover in the back?
Lavina, I've never loved,
Well, Declan.
and I've stabbed many, many people.
Love is more powerful than hate or fear. It is the greatest weapon. If they truly were in love, as is the rumor, do you think John would choose Etheline over his lover?
The only circumstance that I would weigh into it would be that he was aware of the poison, or that he saw Hasta attacking Etheline.
So,
Do you think that John released the slave? Is it a possibility?
It could be, though it seems odd. Again, why would you take all these steps to kill your lover when you could do it while he's naked in bed? It makes no sense to set this whole thing up. Not from John's perspective. What if John was a repercussion of somebody else's plan?
If I were as deceptive, if I had the forethought to plan someone's murder by another's hand, it would probably go very similar to what Etheline had seen. But that is indirect, and it's messy.
This basilisk blood. I don't even think John, how would a stable hand get such things? Not even I, coming from a very wealthy and well-traveled family. I've never seen or heard of such things. And if the Maester is right, it is rare. Who here has access to such? They would have to be able to get to the prisoner. What if they freed him long before he left our gates? And he waited.
It would have to be someone with the money. This poison was not cheap as the Maester expressed. It's either someone from the outside lands, or it's someone internal.
The latter is what worries me.
I believe it is a stretch. I do not expect anyone of the house immediately willing or capable to kill their own blood. Look at what they have done with Jenny.
You know about Jeannie.
Yes, I say it now because I know that you also know. And it's only taken me 5 years to figure it out.
It only took me one night.
Well, we aren't all as perceptive as you.
Declan, you say you have never loved, but you love this family. You forget love blinds us to the truth. The truth is, there is a rat in our house. We must find it.
I don't know if it's that easy. What were their motivations for Hoster's death?
Where I come from, Hoster would have been welcomed with open arms for who he is. Here, Hoster is a liability to your family. Wouldn't you say?
The only people that were aware of Hoster and John were the two and the 4 of us in that room. And I believe that John and Hoster have been quite close for some time.
I
find it uncanny that after I speak the truth, that now he is dispatched, removed.
Oh, Declan, so bright. Yes. It seems a bit serendipitous that all these things happen in pretty little row.
Luvina, did you have anything to gain from Hoster's death?
No. In fact, I believe your family, this family, should have accepted him. I offered new options for marriage plan.
Can I insight this at all?
Oh, you can. We'll go off the passive for Lavina. She seems to be being genuine, although admittedly it's hard to tell with Lavina because she speaks half truths and around subjects quite often, but she seems to be being genuine.
Well, I did not.
Well, Declan, we can stand here and point fingers and say, well, I did and I did not. But the truth of the matter is, we don't have the truth. For some reason, nobody in this place believes that I care about this family. Because the success of this family means the success of mine. That doesn't seem to be enough for all of you. I've been there. Declan, I rode naked through the night with you. On nothing more than Etheline needed us.
It was a joy while it happened.
Well, I appreciate it, but I'm a bit chapped, if you know what I mean.
I don't. I never ride naked.
It's liberating. You should try it sometime. That being said, I have proved myself time and time again, and I am afraid I have upset the Lord by learning of his wife. So for some reason, I am on everybody's shit list.
You've not made mine.
This is good. I'm afraid if I am on your list, I have need to be running, yeah?
That is a safe assumption.
You tend to slash and hack, then ask questions.
I worry because I do not believe Ithleen was the one capable. I do not wish to believe that she wanted her brother dead.
She couldn't even talk about it for weeks.
I do not want it. I do not want to believe it to be Caliph.
What you want and what is the truth are two different things sometimes.
What would he gain from having his brother dead?
If you think that Callus does everything for his own gains, then you misunderstand him. Caliph and I are very similar. We make choices for our families, not for ourselves. I mean, sometimes for ourselves, but those are tiny, tiny things.
If what you're suggesting is true, then have you seen the death of your own kin? For your family?
Declan, if I told you the truth about old Luvina, then I'd have no secrets. But
Secrets have no friends.
I don't need friends.
You will eventually.
Maybe. But maybe Luvina is not a good friend.
You should stand for something. Be for someone.
Oh, I am for people. If you want to know, have I seen death in my family? The answer is very much yes.
Declan, make a status breeding roll. Status if you don't breeding. Just so see what you know about the background on this.
15.
Okay, 15 with 2 sixes. Even though Lavinia's from further away, maybe you've heard it from people talking around in House Rook. Maybe you've heard it from, you did some background reading yourself. Which other way?
I can't read.
Oh, good point.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you've had someone read to you, because that is the thing with your station that people would do.
Okay.
But either way, you would know that she had a older brother who was assassinated, was stabbed and died, and that she was stabbed in the same attack and barely lived.
Was there anyone discovered?
They never
So,
discovered
was the assassin discovered? Okay.
They tried his guard. His guard's blade was used to attack both of us.
Okay.
And they tried him, and he died in snake pits.
Noted.
I fear what it means to have lost the heir. This makes the heir to the throne very young, or the heir to this family very young.
Jason is young and impressionable.
Also something I fear.
There need to be many to raise this boy.
You like this boy, don't you?
I do.
Good.
He is good. He is yet to be spoiled by the world. And he willingly stabs Wyla in the ass for me.
Maybe there is hope yet then. Nothing like a little bit of humor. Laughter, the great equalizer, yeah.
Yes.
Declan, I did not know you had humor in you. And I give him like a little nudge on the shoulder.
I typically do not, but I think she needs to lighten up. He is just a boy. She'd be playing with his hands.
It's true, but somebody that will have his position also has to learn via books.
Not everything that is learned is inside of a book.
I do not disagree with you. The greatest lessons I have ever learned have not been in books. But
The only lessons I've learned are outside of books.
do you not read?
I was never formally taught how to read. I thought it not necessary.
Do people read your stories?
They typically scream.
No, not academic books, not how you say learned text. Stories, Declan.
Occasionally, when we meet, Jason will read to me. Or
This is good.
Lady Anna, The Ocean's Embrace.
Lady Anna
Of the Keys.
of the Ocean's Embrace.
Yes.
Do tell more.
You've not heard of Ocean's Embrace?
No, I lounge around the castle.
It is a place of comfort. Where
Oh.
all of one's needs can be met.
Oh, Declan, I knew we had more in common. See, you tried to trick me. You tried to make me think that you were Declan and that you were all smoothie and that you come in and all you think about is chopping off heads. But no. I know. Tell me of this Anna. You like her?
Hard to get.
Oh, really?
Yes. She has evaded my approaches many times.
Oh, this means she likes you.
Maybe. But she evades the approach of every man.
And woman?
That I cannot say.
Well,
But she is good to me. She respects the house. And she is willing to help those in need. I know she willingly employs a boy that is supporting his sisters inside of the brothel.
so she is good woman.
I do not think her to be a bad woman, if that is what you ask.
Sure, Declan.
But you should go sometime. Maybe I'll take you.
Oh, you party with me.
I'll at least drink with you. Though I may not bed you.
Oh, Declan, if we're going there, I'm not betting you.
Good.
No.
There are many things to sample at Ocean's Embrace.
Then it sounds to me like we should set date. What is it we are waiting on? Plus, all the gossip is in the brothels.
Some.
No,
In the
Declan.
meantime,
All of
I-
it. You just have to listen.
what do you want to do about Caliph?
If it
This
is
is
in
something-
fact Caliph, we have a bigger problem than some other house. Caliph is smart, and his father loves him. And if Caliph did this, for reasons that I can only imagine, he did it for right reasons, at least in his mind.
That's what I'm afraid of. He did a very bad thing. If he did it. But it has brought great things to House Rook. We are no longer at fear of war with House Reimer. And as much as I revel a moment of combat with an equal, I do not want to face the back inside of Dark Hammer's hammer. He has a reputation, and it exhilarates and causes a fear in me.
Oh. Well,
Though I
let's
think
not
I could
let
best him in his age.
Not everything is about fighting with weapons, Declan. If it was in fact our own Caliph, his reasons were just, at least in his mind. We have to let him out himself. because he will. Take it from one snake for another. Nobody makes a plan that is perfect. There are always small holes and cracks, and these will become known, especially if Ithleen shares what she shared with us to her father.
Lord Tommen is quite perceptive.
He is.
If he knows of the people that are aware, especially if he discovers about what his son actually was. I do not believe that he will accuse me, but there is a chance that he will accuse you.
Declan, I gave up fearing my death long ago. If they want to try me for the murder of his son, then, well, that will be his burden to bear. For I have done nothing. And I knew the dangers of coming to this place and giving many years of my life to a girl who is thankless.
Do you believe it wise to speak alongside Ithleen?
I believe that Ithleen has more secrets than we give her credit for. She is weighted by them. You can see it on her. And take it from one woman who was once a girl with great burdens and secrets. She will either come to terms with him, or they will eat away at her and become known to all. Just give that one time as well. One thing you'll learn about me, Declan, I like to wait for it to happen. So sit back. Calith will out himself. Ithleen will tell everyone the truth. And then we go to this Anna.
But what of John?
I don't trust him. And I don't know why. My gut tells me that, he is a lover. But he has not mourned yet. And I know, because I've been sleeping with all the stable boys to find out.
Oh, he's definitely in mourning.
Like, sobbing tears or just hanging out? Mourning and depression.
Don't think anyone would spot any sobbing tears, although you'd be hard-pressed to spot that in anyone who was to have a public face in Game of Thrones.
Sure.
But definitely some signs of, like, keeping to himself more than usual. Looking down, having short conversations with people, not really going and reveling in things that you normally revel in.
Okay, so he has kept to himself. I should know, I'm sleeping with stable boys. They tell me things. And they see him around sometimes. But I still do not trust him. I don't even know where he came from or how he got here to serve our family.
Am I aware?
Have you asked around about that, anyone?
I haven't.
Declan, you've been here long enough. It's going to be a very easy test for you. Feel free to make me just a knowledge roll.
Easy test, he said.
Yep.
I got an 8.
Luckily enough, that's well above. Yeah, he's been here pretty much all his life. As far as anyone knows, he was born a few leagues away, in a small hamlet, very much smaller hamlet than one you have, much more akin to just a group of homesteads. Spent a lot of time in his youth poaching, hunting game, etc. And then raised a few horses, became stable boy here when he grew up, probably around the age of 16, 17, and then became Master of Horse a few years ago.
I'll relay the necessities of that to her.
Yeah. You've been here 9 years, so you will know the majority of that. In fact, you will have probably been here when he joined on.
So he has been here a long time. pinpointed, Declan. Some things I just know.
Keep your eyes on him, and I will watch as well.
Of course. It is easy to do. Until then, I'd say we keep our theories of Khaled to ourselves, yes?
Agreed.
This may be another one we should watch. I really wanted to like Khaled. If it is true, he set this plan in motion to have his brother killed. So disappointing. But only if he gets caught, right?
Wouldn't you say he's already been caught? We're at least suspecting him. That is probably further flung than where he thought he would be.
Possibly.
Especially
But
by
two
me, of all
people's-
people.
Yes, but two people's rumors do not mean he is caught. Khaled is smart. Where his body lacks, his mind does not. He will twist our words and our theories. Two people is not enough. Need hard evidence. But Khaled will just continue being Khaled.
I am aware of what you speak of. I've seen it firsthand.
And like I said, take that from somebody who knows her way around some words, if you know what I mean.
I'll keep watch. And when I next report in to the Ocean's Embrace, I'll make sure that you are alerted.
Good. I would very much like this. Thank you. I guess I could go lounge somewhere else for a while. Oh, do they have good sunshine? Does it come through the windows in beams of light? Does this at home? It's so dreary here. Did you know this? So dreary.
Sun, I do not know. I only go at night, but there are quite a many full moon.
Oh, you do not partake in daytime activities. Oh, Declan, you are missing out. We're going to make special trip.
Generally very busy for the house.
Can you not switch your busy to nighttime and get busy during day?
I'll see what can be done.
Oh, Declan.
Willing to give it a shot.
It's much worth it. You see things, and it's so warm. Well worth it. Promise.
He'll nod. And then he'll just say, Lavina. And he'll be
Bye-bye,
on his
Declan.
way.
I wave. I find somewhere nearby and lounge and finish drinking wine.
Lavina's somewhere between like a snake and a house cat.
Yeah, yeah. Yes.
Would
That's
you say
about
somewhere
right.
between a basilisk house cat?
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. That's accurate. As far as that goes, I think I'm probably going to spend the next, 4 or 5 months trying to keep an eye on John. Likely going to be tending to Jorah.
Yeah.
As much as I can.
What would you like to be doing when you're tending to Jorah? Do you want to be just training him, or do you want to be trying to change him to be a better person, or what in particular?
All of the above. I feel like every lesson is sort of paired. Like it starts with the physical training, and then the imparting of morals and being direct and blunt and never lying, just because lying sucks.
In which case, make me a command roll, warfare command, if you have it.
I do have it. I got a 15.
Okay. He starts to pick up some stuff. Actually doing relatively well. Also make me a persuasion roll, just to see
Sure.
how well you do at actually molding him as an individual.
In this time, I'll definitely use my pious ability.
Okay.
12, thank God.
Actually, I mean, he's not quite a mini-me, but he's getting there. He's starting to ape very minor mannerisms. The way he fights, he's picked up certain fighting styles. He's definitely preferring to use a long axe. He's changing, and in general for the better.
Cool.
Anytime he wants to go off to see his siblings as well, we'll accompany him at least to the castle gates so he can make his way to Eagle's Watch.
Okay. Yeah, he mostly insists on going by himself because it's just a family thing, but he at least appreciates the fact you're looking out for him and his siblings. Also, if you want to be just keeping an eye on John, feel free to make an awareness check.
Sure.
Yeah, I would like to do the same.
Sure.
Would this be awareness notice?
No, it's more generalized awareness. It's not quite
Okay.
just what you see. It's also what you hear, perceive, just in general around the place.
I got
That was a
7.
bad roll for me.
Yeah, it was bad for me too.
Okay.
Especially without the notice. I get those bonuses for notice.
Anything else anyone wants to be doing during the 6 months?
The only thing I would like to do would be to approach the Lord of the House again and pitch the fact that Ithleen's interest in wielding some kind of weapon and learning training.
Make me a persuasion roll.
Move it. And I don't. Okay.
I'd probably be visiting Lady Jenny.
Can I do it as a convince?
Yes, it would be convinced. You're right.
Ah!
Hey.
He says
pretty
he'll
good.
talk to Ithleen.
Okay, cool.
Which, considering it's only like a couple of months on from the fact his son has died and you were in his bad books, is actually a pretty big improvement. I think probably the fact that he has no longer got his son means that he's relying on other people around him more and more. And that does include you.
Yeah.
You are reliable.
Yep. Okay, cool. That would be it. The rest of the time, I would definitely be eyes on John, and I'd be keeping up with. I'd like to keep my eye on Caliph as well. I know he spends a lot of times behind closed doors, but he's another one I'd like to watch.
Okay, make me an awareness check for Caliph.
Okay, almost.
Outside of Jenny, the other thing that I wanted to take care of was continuing to patrol the lands.
Okay, sure.
12.
Okay. And Ithleen, what would you want to be doing?
The only like out of normal stuff thing I'd like to do is see if I can train with John if he's ready to start that. And that's it.
Yeah. There are a few nights.
Or just at least like see him and talk with him type thing. We don't have to like start our training, but like just kind of confiding in him type thing.
Okay, do you want to RP that?
We could, yes. Yes, actually.
Okay, when do you approach him?
John.
What time is this? How long since
what
the
time?
event and like where is this?
Okay, where it would be probably like in the evening, somewhere private. Yeah, somewhere we know it would be private, not like just at the stables or something.
In which case, make me a stealth roll.
Okay.
+1 dice, but that's about it.
One sec.
7. Sure. Let me check something because he's under observation. Cool. You approach him. He's busy finishing up at the stable one night. All the stable boys have gone home. It's relatively quiet in the courtyard. It's probably a couple of hours after sundown. Round the corner towards the actual sheds where there's not really any lines of sight. You know this, so you wait until he's around there before popping over to see him.
John.
Ithleen, how can I help?
I was just coming to see how you were doing. Perhaps we can talk privately.
At some point, I'm still in mourning, however, so maybe later.
I understand. How have you been feeling?
A man does what he can.
I finally opened up a little bit to Declan and Lavina about the situation.
You did what you had to do in the circumstances.
Yes. Well, if you feel like you need somebody to talk to, I'll be in my room. I know this has been hard on you as well.
You did what you had to do. I understand.
And I will just kind of walk away, and that was, I'll walk to back to my room.
Later that night, Ithleen, you wake up. Takes you a little while, you're a little bit groggy, it's deep in the night, you know, when you're probably mid-sleep cycle. And there's a man standing in your room. Bill should be more careful.
I'm still learning, I guess. Not everybody can be as naturally deceptive as you. This has not been easy for me. And I trust Lavina and Declan. They are like family to me. They deserve to know what happened.
That would be awkward for John.
I don't think John will have any suspicion toward John in this. There's something more going on. I don't quite know what. Have you ever heard of what was it called? Basilisk's blood. It was the poison. Declan had mentioned it, but I've never heard of this before.
Man hears many things in his travels.
You know what it is?
I do. I've never seen it applied to a knife before.
I've never heard of such a thing in my life before that could do something like that. Do you know where it comes from? Does it come from where you're from?
Further even away. Can be bought for a price. That price is not cheap.
Well, that means somebody who has a lot of money got their hands on that.
More curiously for you, it is one of few poisons that can make someone go out of their mind and attack someone. Not the poison that someone would choose for a clean death.
Yes. And that makes things even more complicated, as both Declan and Lavina know that it was not a clean death for my brother. They know that somebody else was involved.
You care for your family.
Of course.
You okay with being cooped up in a castle?
No, that's never been something that I've wanted. I care about my father and my sister and my little brother, but I never saw myself being stuck here forever.
And where did the girl see herself?
Honestly, anywhere. I want to just travel the world. All of Westeros, Bravos, Dorne, anywhere. The Riverlands has its beauty, of course, but there's so many other places. I've read about them in so many books. I've seen maps. I think that traveling is important. Seeing the world is important. Settling down eventually, but while I'm still young, I would like to see as much as I can. It's obviously not for me to decide.
Make persuasion convince.
Hey,
Why
17.
A girl could see these things. Not Italy of House of Rook. She's too tied to her family. They will have to make a choice.
How would I even do that? Not be who I am. The daughter of House Rook.
Girl will understand it.
She just kind of looks at him, puzzled. Your riddles. One
Girl
day I
has
will understand
potential.
those.
A girl has potential. There are many routes for a girl with such tenacity in this.
I'd like to think that's true. But right now, my family is going through a difficult time. And I need to be here for my father, for my sister,
What about
my little
when they
brother.
no longer need you?
If that happens, then yes, perhaps I could leave this behind.
Man will train a girl. If she makes that oath. And the man will leave the snake and the wildling well enough alone.
Yes, I think that is something I would very much like to do.
One day you may ask me what I see in you. Already.
Is it something... May I ask you, then, now what you saw in my brother.
That is for you to find out someday. Not today. Only ask when you think you are ready for the answer. And only ask once.
I can be patient. I will wait then. I will learn when... That actually is something I need to learn, when the right moments appear, when to jump on them. In many situations. So, I will wait.
Girl shows promise. Now, I believe you wanted to learn some swordplay?
I did indeed, and I still have the weapon you gave me.
In which case, we'll cut.
The weapon that I stole.
That is true. We will switch to narrative. The next 3 hours, he teaches you dance. Doesn't teach you anything to do with a weapon whatsoever. He just teaches you to stand properly.
Okay.
He leaves. As silently as he has arrived. Lavina. That very first beginning conversation in the stable. A few days later, one of your stable boys, half drunk after being bedded by you, mumbles something about how John is in mourning, doesn't want to talk much about things. Ithleen was talking to him about something, about what went down. It's half confused, half overheard, but he does mention that much.
Okay, that's all I need then.
Okay. Does anyone want to do anything else in that time? I know you've done some... Declan's working on trying to pacify the law, etc. Lavina's been keeping some ears open and legs open. Ithleen is busy.
Did you need any rolls for anything?
At the end of this, I will need one House Fortune roll.
Okay. Nose goes on that. Don't make me do it. It's going to be real bad.
I mean, I can do it. I guess I've never done it. I'll do it.
Well, it's Lean who's being trusted to be in charge of the house.
Oh, that's true. Go ahead, Ithleen. There you go.
Yeah.
Good, because I didn't want to make it.
So
at this point, I'm just waiting to meet my warrior queen.
Okay. In which case, Ithleen, if you can please do me a favor and roll me a status stewardship with 2 bonus dice.
Cool.
No pluses or negatives, surprisingly enough, because your pluses and negatives equal out.
Okay. Whew, holy 27?
I'm nearly certain that is a good roll. Let me just check.
I hope.
27 is a
3
blessing.
5s, 3 4s. That's amazing.
Yeah,
Wow.
that is a blessing. So,
Whoa. Whoa.
considering that,
Our house could use it.
Yeah, right.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Declan's really working on the law. The fact that you've had that very coincidental death that has really brought you and House Reimer closer together has probably resulted in enough cooperation that between the two of you, you could probably bring your law up by 2 points. So your law is now 22. Considering it was like 18 or something at the beginning, that's gone up quite a lot. And that also means it's not a -5 to House Fortune rolls anymore. It'll be a -2, so you get a +3 on House Fortunes from now on.
Did we get that because of being at 20 or?
You get it 21.
Ah,
The boundary is
interesting.
actually the 1, so...
Great. That's good news.
So now you'll get a +2d6 +3 to all House Fortune rolls, which is even better. And part of this is down to, Declan working his ass off, constantly just taking troops out, managing the lawlessness, in addition to the work with House Reimer, and with Ithleen actually spending a lot of time working on being a steward. Time goes past. And all of you will be able to increment your age by 1 since the beginning of the game. All of you have now got older. Ithaline has also hit 18 years old. So her 18th name day ceremony will be happening.
Time to get married.
Whoa! Oh no!
I mean, yeah. That's going to be a problem. Just saying, the pressure's definitely on. None of you specifically said you want to be spending a lot more time with Jason, but I imagine
Don't
you're
worry,
spending a
I'm
little
also
bit more
the
time
same
here and
mood.
there.
Getting parents constantly trying to get you married.
I'm so old.
True.
I'm 27 now.
I know, 27's old, right?
That's very old.
I'm
not
so old.
Yeah.
You're gonna die soon.
I'm due for it.
Declan's
In the
34.
setting-
Age is like
No
30 or
way!
the
Declan's
average age
34.
is like 30 or 40. You're gonna die.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, but like Brendan Reimer's 53, 54.
Yeah, that's old.
Guess you could be lucky.
In the medieval times, if you lived to be like 40 and you were like a noble, you'd probably live to be quite old.
Yeah, because at that point you got the
That's
protection.
what you're
behind
doing too, yeah.
Even then, like random civvies and stuff, just general plebs lived. If they lived to like 40, generally did relatively okay because they had enough stability and people in the lower classes of the family that they would get help. It's the lower age where you had that ridiculous mortality rate. That said, looking at the skeletons is hilarious. There is so much stuff on those people. You're like, you had many infections? How did you live? Anyway, sorry, paleoanthropologist. Anyway, so time goes past. Jason is noticeably getting more attention from a lot of people, whether it be random courtiers, some of your maids, Maester Gallard even. Everyone is spending more time with Jason. And part of this is the understandable that he is the heir. We need to make sure everything is right. But also part of that is that certain amount of just trying to make sure that there's a little bit of currying favor with even the 5-year-old lord, who is now 6. A few months later, John Aaron passes. From what is apparently a fever, the hand of the king is dead. Not long after, a few more months, the king's party travels north up to Winterfell. Some of you may hear rumours, suspicions as they pass, but as they come south, it is all but confirmed. Without it being formally announced in King's Landing, Ned Stark is to be Hand of the King. However, on the way south, someone comes with them. Mostly hanging along with the party because she is of the right nobility and blood, not necessarily hanging out with the king and with the Starks themselves, but more of the hangers-on. Andrew Stadwell, after visiting House Davenmar to see her sister, takes a visit to House Rook. And this will be shortly after Ned Stark has been proclaimed Hand of the King in Winterfell, but not yet actually made it back to King's Landing. One day, Andrea, you make your way towards House Rook. What you see is a less lawless place than maybe you've been led to believe. There is a little hamlet. Maybe 50 buildings all told, maybe a few more, standing around a rocky outcrop on which is a castle. Smallish castle, but a castle nonetheless. It has a wall, has towers, and has a central keep. And as you pass through, entering the gate, you are greeted by someone you don't recognize. Actually, yeah, you wouldn't recognize them because you've never been here before. I forget that. You're in the first episode that took place at a different location. Yeah, you're greeted by someone. They come forwards and they say, Milady, who may I announce is arriving?
Lady Andrea Stadwell.
Very well. May I take your horse?
I offer the reins to him.
Takes the reins. Pulls the horse forwards.
And then as he's walking away, I'm like, take good care of him.
Will do, my lady. Beckons up to one of the guards. Speaks quickly. They glance in your direction, and the guard runs in to the keep. In the keep, Ithaline, Lavina, Declan, you're all probably sitting down to a late breakfast. Tommen is spending more and more time talking to Jenny and Jason, so he barely is there for breakfast at all. At this point, a guard runs in, notices Ithaline. Milady Yathin. Lady Andrea Stadwell is here to see us.
Would I know who she is based on?
Make a status breeding roll.
Okay.
Also,
I would.
probably yes. You would.
Luvina stands.
Okay.
Can I make that roll as well?
So you do I not need to make it? You said, or
Make a status breeding roll. I'll tell you more about her. You'll have heard the name at minimum, just because of what's happened already.
19.
19, 16.
Mm.
Okay, Declan, for a start, you'll put together the tower shield up to here. That's her. Ithleen, you know that she came second in the tournament at Seaguard. You will know that she is part of the Stadwell family from the White Knife in the north. She is one of the younger sisters of the group. Known for being actually a fighter. Like, she's not a lady in your sense. She's not a lady in Leanna's sense. She is a quite independent-minded woman, which is a little bit out of the norm, put it mildly. But she's actually relatively good at it. That's a good question. Andrea, will you bring a cohort with you?
Probably a few of them.
Okay. So, like 4 of them?
Yeah, 4 of them's fine.
In which case...
the more well-behaved ones, because some of them are a bit saucy and sassy, as you may have noticed in episode 1.
So, yes, Ithleen, the guard, would also relay that she's brought a contingent with her. You would know that she does tend to travel with a cohort of some veterans of some sort, actual well-trained men-at-arms. Declan would know basically all of this as well. The only thing that you might not know, Declan, would be that Ithleen would know is that Andrew's older sister is married to Lord Davenmar, which is one of your adjacent houses.
I stand before they probably all can. And I say, Lady Ithleen, shall we escort you? Declan, you're going to want to see this.
Of course. I think we should all give her a proper greeting.
Just in time for breakfast. Come.
Okay. As you leave, Andrea, what regalia are you wearing, since you might not be equipped for battle right now?
Yeah, so she is wearing the colors of her house, which are black and red and bits of gold in there. And she's dressed more appropriately for kind of a lady than wearing full plate armor this time around. Her hair is done, but like not anything fancy. It's very simple. She's not really wearing any makeup either. She's not into that stuff. It's clear that she just is wearing the minimal that is necessary to, be representative of her family. But of course, she is a very tall, almost Amazonian looking woman with very tan skin. She still looks like she, goes outside a lot and is not like other ladies that are, have fair skin because they don't. And same with her hands and stuff. It still looks like that she is, worn, I guess, is kind of the more thing. But she is quite beautiful, just simplistically, without any of that as well. But she doesn't really like flaunt that or anything of that sort.
Okay. Lady Stadwell, it's very nice to meet you. I am Ithleen of House Rook.
It is great to meet you. She kind of extends her hand and kind of does a little curtsy.
I believe, have you met our Master at Arms, Declan?
I have not had the pleasure.
I'll nod.
And this is Luvina. She is helping my sister.
Oh, we have met, Ithleen. Thank you.
Oh, have met.
Yes, at the tournament, in fact. The
Yes.
last 2 standing.
Right. The 2 of you. Oh, well.
Perhaps we'll have to do a round 2 of that sometime.
It's good to see you with your armor off.
She kind of like smirks a bit at that.
Yes, maybe we'll have to have second round. But, to be honest, you were fair, Rainer. Plus, getting to kneel at the feet of a woman with a sword. No, what did you have? A sword?
I think I had a mace.
Yeah,
you had a
you
mace.
had
Yeah.
a mace.
Oh, that's right. You had a mace
Oh.
and a tower shield. Yep. I should know this.
Yeah, it's not my normal weapon, but I was using a mace
That's
because
what
that's yeah.
I remember that. To kneel at the feet of a woman with a shield and mace is humbling. Welcome. What
It
brings
is
you here?
feel more comfortable, but you know, family calls and so do duties.
No, we
I'm
understand.
sure you're well aware of that, Lady Athleen, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
If you ever want anyone to speak to about it, I've had my fair share of those in my family. As you know, 9 years ago, I lost my uncle, or perhaps you don't know, but he was a good man, and I know what it's like to lose someone very important to you.
Well, thank you. I very much appreciate that. It's been very somber here at the Rook House since it happened.
I will take her hand and kind of like walk with her to sit down. She's kind of like she make herself comfortable, and she like holds your hand and walks with you, kind of not really paying much attention to like Luvina or Declan in that case, and holding your hand with her hand around yours and walking with you and looks to you and says, "I can understand that it is not easy, but." As they say, with time passing, it does get easier. Not that you forget. Do you want to talk about it? And of course, if you would like it to talk more privately, I'm sure we can make that happen.
You're right, actually. It's been quite a few months since it happened, and there are even some days now I wake up and I almost forget that it happened. And I don't want to forget what happened. But I suppose you're right. As time goes on, you do think about it less and less. But
Well, the memories of our lost ones, we should never forget those.
of course.
It's more of the feeling of loss that I'm referring to.
Yes, it's...
Memories we should hold on to. Those are the good things.
Of course, and I will always remember the good things about my brother. But yes, I do appreciate you coming here and seeing us. How was your travel?
Oh, bumpy as always, but it is quite nice to travel. So far, well, normally I don't get to travel for such a long distance. But of course, it's always nice to come down here, and visiting my sister was so lovely. Although, I guess I'll be honest with you. This isn't really my forte. As Luvina would know, the battlefield is more of where I'd rather be. But it was nice seeing her and dallying with the other ladies of her court.
Yes, it can be, at times, all of the pleasantries and courtesies and etiquettes that you must follow can be draining at times. Even a different kind of draining than, I'm sure, the battlefield.
And you know all too well. I like you.
Oh, thank you.
A kindred spirit, I see. And what about yourself? Do you do any fighting?
Not very much, no.
Can I roll an insight on that?
Job.
An insight. Go for it.
Yep. And I'm using a destiny point. Did I do that right? 16.
Okay.
What's your question exactly?
She's clearly been fighting. Is she covering her tracks when she says something like that?
This was to her, not me. Okay.
Yeah, to her. This was to
insight checking me. I was like,
Should
oh,
I
No.
roll some sort of deception? Or
Yep.
like bluff?
Yep. If you want to spend a destiny point, you can as well.
Yes. Okay. How do I just add that as a modifier, right?
You gain 2 bonus dice to a test, must be declared before rolling.
Okay. Okay. So
I just met her, so I have no. Oh, dang, girl.
Oh,
Nice.
damn! You are rolling great today. All right.
Yeah.
I believe you. I believe
Lavina,
you.
as far as you're aware, Italine has not been fighting. In fact, one thing I forgot to mention is that, having spoken to Italine, Lord Tommen says that Italine wants to step away from doing any fighting for the moment, just because of everything
The
that
trauma.
happened.
Yeah, sure.
Especially when she says that she did stab her brother, or at least had to try or attempted to. There is at least something in there that resonates, some grain of truth that, she doesn't really want to relive that for now, and she is having trouble sleeping, and that all plays into that.
No, all that makes sense. Okay, cool. Please.
I'm still holding her hand. I kind of like lean in closer and like kind of lower my voice a little bit. And I'm like, well, if you ever want to, I know it's frowned upon for ladies, but it seems that you are perhaps a kindred spirit. I'd be willing to train you.
I very much appreciate that. Thank you. I think for now, I'm keeping that part of me on hold after everything that happened with my brother. It was not easy for me, but perhaps one day.
Only heard rumors, so I'm, never certain of what actually happened. But if you don't want to share, it's fine. But if you do want someone to talk to about it, I'm here. And I'm a big fan of ladies being able to take care of themselves. Not always are we surrounded by strong men. And I kind of look at Declan and Lavina as I say that, and I look back at her and I'm like, so sometimes we have to take things into our own matters and hands.
Of course, I absolutely agree with that. Seems like I've met so many amazing fighters in my time. Now you and Lavina.
Not Declan.
I meant more of a woman. Like
I'm only the master of arms. It's fine.
Declan just stands there like.
Whatever, chop me. Oh, that tickled me. I'm sorry.
I'm used to it. It's fine.
That's funny.
I am from the north. Chopped liver, basically.
It's inspiring.
Saying that, Andrea's like, it is. I've always been surrounded by fighters. My family is a chain of warriors and knights. And, well, it's something that I've always looked forward to. And with my brothers, I kind of preferred what they got to do rather than what the sisters and I were supposed to be learning about. Not always as fun.
And then sometimes you are like Luvita and get your cake and eat it too, no?
More forced eating the cake, I suppose.
I guess. But I chose to learn how to wield blade. And then I chose to, how you say, live a quainter, ladier-like life.
Declan would
I like
probably
it.
take advantage of that pause right there. I love cake.
Me too. Speaking of, I'm sure you're tired from road. We have just put breakfast on the table. Would you and your men like to come have some food?
They would love that.
I thought so. Declan, would you like to finish breakfast with us?
I invited. I wouldn't want to put too much of a strong man at the table. I would probably offset everything. You must understand.
She is followed by strong men. Of course you are welcome.
Yes, of course. Join
Well,
us,
if you
Declan.
insist, I think I will.
I thought you might.
Declan. As you turn to go in, you notice there is a man next to the stable, slightly older, probably early, mid-40s, graying like mutton chops and hair. He's trying to get your attention. He's standing very much back, not taking part in the conversation or anything like that, not intruding, but he's waiting and is trying to indicate to you that he's waiting for an opportunity to talk to you.
I'll join momentarily. Save a spot at the table.
You know I will.
It is lovely meeting you, Declan, and I look forward to a further conversation with you. And I
heard
meant no
many things about
offense
you.
by the strong men comment. It's good to have them around. And of course, I appreciate that.
Yes, if not for anything, we are at least capable of reaching very high up. You must understand that I wish to be somewhat valuable.
Is Declan taller than me? Because I'm pretty tall.
Declan's like 6'4".
Okay, yeah, you are taller than me. I'm like about 6 foot. Yeah, 6 foot.
He can reach things on high shelves.
Damn.
He's nice.
Thank you, Lavina.
You're welcome, Declan.
Ladies. And I'll step away.
Come. I don't usually bring Dornish wine till sun is midday, but we have guests.
Yes, you must try the Dornish wine.
As
I would love to.
As the women step inside, Declan, the older man steps forwards at this point. Are you Declan Einstein?
Who's asking?
The name's Steron Wilfred. Lord Tommen made me Master of Horse a few days ago. He said I should report to you.
Very good. And what is it you'll need?
He said just to make sure you're aware that I'm now Master of Horse, and to make sure that any of the training or anything that you require, make sure if you see me around, I assume.
He says Master of... Wait, we had one of those. We have one. John, yes?
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the previous stable master?
Lord Tommen said that he left a few days ago, suddenly. Mentioned something about not being anything here for him anymore. Moved on to different pastures. He said that he took the death of the young lord harsh.
Very well. What's your name again?
Oh, Steron. Steron Wilfred.
Very good. Master at Arms here in House Rook. And I will expect you to do your duties with great success.
Yeah, of course, Einstein. Do you prefer Einstein or Declan?
Either or. Whatever's easiest for you. Answer to both.
Okay, Mr. Einstein. Yeah, I'll be in the stables if you need me.
Very good. I missed his last name like 3 times there. Could you say that again
Wilfred.
for me? Wildfred. All right.
Whiskey, India, Lima, Foxtrot, Romeo, Echo.
Got it.
Delta.
Perfect. Steron Wilfred. All right. Noted.
Okay. You will join into the next scene like a minute in. That wasn't a long exchange. So, Lavina, Italy, and Andrea, you find your way into the main room. You've got, a couple of maids popping in and out at this point, starting to clear the Brock's table. If you want them to get you wine, they can totally go get you wine.
Oh, duh. One new fresh bottle of Dornish wine for the table, please.
Of course, Miss Sands.
Chop chop!
Minutes later.
Like,
Gives you a look, comes back a minute later with Dornish wine.
How does it taste?
Well, Lavina probably brought it back when she came back from Dawn a few months ago, so I imagine pretty good.
probably sweet and spicy. Has a lot of
Lavina.
She's like,
Don't you know? So, what brings you all the way here? I understand the tournament, but
no tournament this time around, unfortunately. But I am here on business, so it is not all just fun and games, I suppose.
Well, sometimes we have to work.
But this is probably a matter that I should talk to your father about. And I look at Ithleen when I say that.
Yes, I know he was busier this morning. He should be available quite soon. I will check on that for you.
That would be lovely, thank you. And
Of course.
it is nice getting to know you, though.
Yes. Did you spend time with my sister, Liana, the last time you were here?
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to. I was primarily focused on the tournament, which I didn't win, but it was a good end fight, I suppose. And I do love a good battle.
Well, I'll have to bring the whole family to meet you then, too. My little brother as well, Jason.
And that's who I was fighting her little brother, right?
Her older brother.
If you were
Older
like
brother.
Jason, he was 5 years old. That'd be a
Yes,
little bit
he's 5.
harsh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Her
yeah.
older brother.
Yeah.
The one that
Way
the one that
unfair.
died.
One
The one that
very
died,
dead
yeah.
now,
Yeah.
yes.
Right. All right. I just was trying to make sure because the context.
Yeah.
You immediately lose your allure. It's like, I beat up little kids. Unforgivable.
Nope.
No.
Punch little
Don't care.
kids in the face. Bah.
Well, let us finish breakfast and I will see to my father.
I nod and I will eat breakfast with them. And I say to Luvina, I was like, you're right. This is quite good. I've never had any of this type of wine before.
Came very long way. And it still holds true to its taste, which is how you know it is good.
And I'm still interested in hearing more about these snakes that you have. I think our conversation got cut short during the tournament.
Yes, you mean my snake, and you realize that it's probably been wrapped around her arm the whole time, and you had no idea. Claudia, or do you mean the pits themselves?
Oh, I meant just the culture. It's very interesting.
Oh, you mean the exchange. Yes. It is a deep part of being accepted as a woman into the family. You wield sword. I have a snake.
My wielding of a sword is not something I think my mother and father would wish, but
No.
something that I adore.
But they do accept you, yes. And they realize how good you are at it.
Fortunately for me, I do have 2 other sisters, and they keep my father and mother very busy. And I get to stay kind of under the wraps, I suppose.
Declan would probably be entering at this point, I'm assuming.
Okay.
Declan, yes. Chair!
Forgive me. I was greeting the new master of horse.
Oh, we have new master of horse. Look
Yes.
right at Declan.
It seems that John Johnson fled a few days ago.
Fled.
Fled?
Also, I meant to say 4, not 2. I don't know why I said 2 sisters.
4 sisters.
Yeah.
God, that's a lot.
I was not given a reason why, but Lord Tommen replaced him with a Mr. Stern Wilfred.
He did not inform me about this.
If it comes up, by the way, Winfred and Wilfred are not related. You do have a maid called Winfred. I know it's going to
Winfred,
be-
right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Just in case that comes up.
Would he usually report to you, Lady Ithleen? And tell you such things?
Last I recalled, Lord Tommen didn't report to his children for permission and whom he replaces.
Yes, but it just seems like sort of a big deal, being that John was... We were close with him. He was a good friend. It was more than just a stable master. He was very close with us, but I don't know. He didn't say anything.
Does she seem like noticeably flustered about that?
Yeah, I make eyes at Declan because I not to.
I might a little bit, yes. Honestly.
Yeah,
Well,
she
it
seems a
would
bit
catch
out
me
of
by
sorts. Like,
surprise.
she went
Yep.
through a pretty, like, it's hard. I mean, you can make a deceive roll if you want, it's lean, but the threshold in this is going to be pretty tough on the basis of like she's been through stuff with that guy that's gonna cause that to be
true.
a high threshold.
There's truth to what she says.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a case of like if you're looking for deceit, like it's hard to say what would be a deceit.
I was
there.
gonna say, yeah,
That's
I'm
true.
not looking for deceit. I'm looking to see, does she look
I'm just reading her mannerisms.
yeah, it's less of like is she lying about something? Does she seem nervous, and why is she nervous talking about the stable boy? Like it's about her brother, not about the stable boy.
Sure.
For the
Without any extra input, it's hard to say, but it's something you can roll deceit.
Okay. Bluff. Could I add that, or is it just deception?
In this case, not really, because they're just reading your general
Yeah,
demeanor. And
you're right.
Again, like you're going to get a passive increase to that on the basis of like it's a hard one to read.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on the basis of that, like you'll notice that she is mentioning it. She is a little bit like emotionally tumultuous, but she has been through things with John. Like she did literally have to ride with her brother's corpse with that guy for an entire night.
Oh yeah, no, sure,
So
but
it's hard to read exactly.
Yeah, but I also got extra information from the drunken stable hand, so
Yeah.
just makes me suspicious is all.
Yeah,
I can't
I put-
bring any string conclusions, but
I put my hand on Ithleen's and I say, "We do get close to our help. I'm sorry that it seems this John fellow that you all liked is no longer with your house."
Yes. It is quite shocking that he would just leave. I understand we're all taking this very hard, what happened with my brother, but I guess everybody copes with things in different ways.
Perhaps it was a family matter. Did he have family elsewhere?
I think perhaps he did. I don't know much about his family.
John was a local. He practically grew up inside the castle walls.
so
I
where would you
trained
be
him
going
myself.
in such a hurry?
I do not know.
Oh, well, let us not spoil breakfast and good Dornish wine with such talk. Maybe he had important business. Yes, we all have things to tend to, and he has served the family well.
Yes.
Let us raise a toast to John Johnson. Declan. Let's say to John Johnson, a man who is good with horses and who saved Ithleen's life. Here's to you, John Johnson. Whatever it is you do on the road, I hope you do it well.
Well, perhaps I will check on my father now, see if he is available.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I will get up, do a polite curtsy, and head out to see if I can find my father.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, go.
I will do the appropriate thing for when she leaves, and then as she's gone, I lean in and I'm like, "So, what is fun to do around here?"
Declan,
We can fight.
there are other things we can do than fight, Declan.
You're always talking about fucking.
It is fun.
Andrea's
You're
like,
not wrong.
"Oh."
Oh,
You are not wrong. It is fun.
do not listen to Declan. He is fierce sometimes and stoic as Rook, but he has seeds of humor.
I think Andrea probably blushes at any conversation regarding anything sexual that, like, on that regard, because he mentioned fucking, so and so vulgarly.
Okay.
All right, let us have middle ground. What is as fun as fighting and fucking? Ooh, we should go ride horses. Full speed. Let us go. Just have a ride.
This is not fun to me.
Well, why not?
You have
The
to enjoy
last
it.
horse.
Fighter.
Horse.
The last horse that I rode, I punched.
Well, Declan, this is choices you make, not horse make.
He was quite obnoxious.
Why did
Did
you
not listen
punch
to
your
me.
horse?
He was poorly trained.
A well
I am a
trained.
bad rider.
So you punched it?
Well, it started to listen, and nearly immediately, yes.
Well, I think there are other ways to train horses, and of course, if you need any help with that, perhaps my family can aid you in it, especially with your new master horse.
Perhaps. I saw you come in with a shield. I've heard much of the shield.
Yes, I do believe that defense is one of the most important things for a house to have, and House Stadwell is known for their shields.
Many moons ago, in a tournament, you fought a tiny wife known as Theron.
I did. How is Theron?
Still tiny.
Still a wife.
Did he ever get married? Does he have family and children?
He has not found a suitable individual to assist him.
I drink
will
more
say-
Dornish wine.
That we drank to you one night, Andrea Stadwell. He
Drink
spoke.
to me. For
He
what
spoke.
reason would you have to drink to me?
He sang your praises.
That is very kind of you all.
This is news to me.
I do believe that while I call him Tiny Wife, that he may have feelings, an infatuation for you.
Oh,
Andrea kind of blushes when he says that. Oh,
He is rarely bested in combat. I fought alongside him and he was very capable. To have been beaten by a woman did not sully his mood, but it only stoked a flame inside of him.
unexpected, but Sir Theron is quite a lovely gentleman. I don't know him very well, but I hope his lordship is doing well. And
I'm
Teresa-
sorry. This conversation tickles me. Andrea, do you not realize you are an anomaly?
a what?
You are, how you say, 1 in million. Declan was sweating the moment he saw you. I could smell it.
I bathed already. That is not true.
Declan, if you're trying to convince me the moment that she walked up you were not sweating, you are wrong. You are a catch, my lass. And he was probably as enamored with you as any man who fights you on the battlefield.
I have not fought you yet. I must admit your reputation. It has allured my interest.
Well, this is a very unexpected turn for this conversation that I was not prepared for, but I do appreciate the kind words, Lavina, and of course Declan, and perhaps someday we will get to fight on the battlefield or in a bout.
How long will you be around, House Rook?
Well, it's a matter of duty, and I have, well, you know how these games go. Lots of conversations, bargaining, not necessarily the fun part of my life, but it could take some time, depending on how long the lordship wants to bargain for, I suppose.
And I was told, like, out of game that she did win the tournament.
No, she came second.
She came second to...
Give me a second, yeah.
Whom?
To Patrick Mallister
Mm,
and House
gotcha.
Mallister. So, and that bout went on for a while, like except
It
for
was
10 minutes.
really, really close.
It
Like,
was close, yeah.
we rolled almost the same, and it was all 28,
time,
27,
yeah. Tiebreak roll.
26. It was insane.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
she lasted at least 10 minutes versus Patrick Mallister. At the top of the tournament, came second by a hair. Like, that's impressive as all hell. As in, no woman has ever done that you would know of.
Does Patrick Mallister have a reputation for being a very skilled warrior?
I mean, he's from House Mallister, so let alone the fact that, yes, he does. Also, House Mallister lineage is very, very martial, very damn good at it. Yeah, the fact that he beat her only just, it's a testament to her skill.
Okay.
And the reason why she gets all anxious anytime we talk about certain things is like, she's also a virgin, so that's a thing.
Oh yeah, Lubina already knows this. So, you're how old now? Theron would make great husband if you have not suited or whatever it is.
I know my family would love for me to get married, but that's not really what I'm interested in.
Oh,
And-
me neither. This is fun.
Family I think, takes precedence sometimes. And for me, well, I much rather travel and explore the world as I have been able to, much more freely than if I had children, I suppose.
Mm.
I would want to be a good mother if I was one.
Is that what you want to be? A mother?
I don't know, maybe someday. Wouldn't put it out of the plot for me, but perhaps not now. Not yet. I don't think I'm ready.
Well, there is only so much time. And it still takes a man to have a baby.
I know all too well of this, as my family continually tries to marry me off to a bunch of different suitors, and all lovely, lovely gentlemen.
Mm.
Although,
But
maybe
none of them suit your fancy.
I haven't quite found that spark, you know? And I know family matters and marrying for that duty is quite important, and of course my sisters are doing so. I maybe want something more out of life.
Well, then I will tell you what I told Ethelene. You are what, youngest of your house? Yes?
No. Unfortunately, I'm not.
But you have 4 other sisters.
I do, yes.
And they will all marry.
Well, some of them are already married.
Then you are off the hook.
I hope so. Although I'm sure my other sisters will maybe follow in my shoes someday. I would love that.
For your sisters to fight beside you.
Of course.
Now,
My mother would have a heyday with that one.
I tell you, if you got together what do you call it? A troop of female fighters, Lovina may give up her life of lounging.
Well, perhaps we can talk about that then sometime.
This sounds good. Do you lounge?
I don't normally lounge, but I could be persuaded to.
I am good.
Lady Stadwell,
Yes, Declan.
I'm most curious. Being that you will not marry now, do you find yourself ever marrying a man that you have bested in combat?
Perhaps. I guess that doesn't necessarily mean that I wouldn't marry them.
Do you fancy a dainty man?
Is this...
I'm sincerely looking out for Theron, of course.
Did he put you up to this? And she looks at the two of you. I'm going to insight check to see if that's true or not.
I
know.
Shell
Out of
shocked.
character, I don't, but in character, she would insight check that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, feel free to insight check that. Declan.
Declan can't lie.
No.
Lovina.
But roll me deception because I think I know what you're doing and I think that you're going to be transparent to her.
7. My insight
4.
check is terrible.
Might I hazard that Declan is trying to torpedo Theron so Declan can have a chance of Andrea? Is that the case?
Do I realize that? Probably
I'm
not.
asking Declan if that's the case.
You probably may have some inclination to knowing that.
Yeah. In which case, you'd think that might be the case. It's not like guys don't do that.
Okay. Awkward.
Yeah, I'm shell shocked. I sip my wine as I watch the two of them try to lie and like figure each other out. Declan, you know, tiny men can still,
No,
be worth something.
no. They are, at best, cannon fodder.
I lean in and I'm like, tell me what this really is about. If you weren't put up to this by Lord Theron.
Go ahead, Declan, tell her.
He declared that night, while in drunken stupor, that he would love you, marry you, and have your babies. And while I find it most funny, it did occur to me that you may actually be a bit of the legend that he declared you to be. He called you a warrior goddess, and I must admit, I'm interested in seeing if you're half as talented as he declares you to actually be.
That was very presumptuous of him to say such words. And
What a
in
terrible, terrible tiny wife, I know.
company of others, I will
But
try to
as drink does to all
She
of
was-
us, it makes our tongue very loose.
He was very intoxicated.
Perhaps that was maybe it then.
Pray tell, Declan. I know that the Lord does not prefer people to be over inebriated in his house. Where would you have had such a conversation?
Ocean's Embrace, a local brothel. I
This
drank
is
that
the
night.
best breakfast I have had in London.
FYI, Andrea,
Theron.
it's Sir Theron. He's not Lord yet.
Oh, sir, sorry. Then I said sir instead of Lord.
In fact, his
Theron.
father is a Sir, not a Lord yet.
Drank a fair amount, and he was whisked away onto a private room with a very tall woman with darkened hair. She had a sword and shield. I stayed that night to drink with Bernard of Night's Watch. Bernard still does not trust me. I do not blame him. He is a crow. But
Do
am
I
a
know
wildling.
Bernard? Because I'm from.
Bernard,
You can make a status breeding roll. You probably
would
won't.
Luvina know Bernard?
Status breeding roll.
I was about to say, he's not been around while I'm around.
You can make the roll if you want. It's going to be a very high threshold for you. Nope.
Oh, nope, I don't.
You have no idea who that is.
I don't know any
Neither do
Bernard
you.
from the north.
He was a scouting crow, finding more for the wall, and he happened to have relations with the previous lady of the house. I believe he said cousins, second or so.
I see.
My Declan, you are full of family history.
And
He tried
perhaps
to
sharing
fight me several times.
information about others that perhaps maybe they might want to keep secret.
Oh no, many people know of this. Several women at the very least. Bernard, Lady Anna of the Keys, the owner of the brothel. He made quite a fool of himself.
I see.
He likes the drink.
He likes a good many things, though I admit that was probably his first time with a woman.
As it usually is with a crow.
Not the
Blushing
crow,
again.
Theron.
Oh, it was Theron's first time with woman. We are going to need more wine.
I must admit, I tried to acquire the services of a woman to aid Bernard, to lighten and deliver a sense of humor, but he stood by his vows.
Lavina, as you say that, the servant Winfred, I think she's 18 now, or 17. Let me check. No, she's 18 now. Is just sitting there with the wine jug, like, wrapped.
Just one more round for all of us, please.
Oh, sorry, milady.
Thank you very much. Pay attention. This is how you learn things.
Yes, Miss Sands.
That was
So-
mostly everything.
That was it.
Mostly.
The three of you got together at the brothel and you drank, and one of you...
Well, I did
For
find out that
devoured.
none of the crows use their cocks anymore.
Declan, that is what they will tell you. Trust me.
Bernard assured me that he is, what did he say? Honorable and standing by his vows.
I heard they chop it off when you go out to the wall.
I've heard many a thing as well.
Is that true? Would I know that's true or not?
Make a knowledge check.
Okay.
I want to make a knowledge check too. Then I'm not gonna.
I'm not going to do well, but...
Yeah.
Nope.
Nope. I got a 6. Nope.
Lavina, probably. Andrea, maybe. You think that's like a old wives' tale type situation.
That's what I thought. Okay. Trust me, girl. If they chopped it off when you made it to the wall, no man would ever make it to the wall. They'd kill themselves first.
That is what I would do.
See? And Declan is man. Through and through.
Yes.
Andrea's
question?
oddly quiet during this conversation about chopping people's penises off.
Okay, we will then switch to Italy. You walk around the house for a good little while looking for Tommen, which can mean that he is in the section with Jenny. As you go towards that section to look for him, you are greeted by Yuon, who has been the squire to both Hoster and Tommen. Now that Hoster is just squire to Tommen. He's a little bit older. He's the son of one of the landed knights nearby, I believe. Let me just double check that, because I might be muddling that up. Rook. Yuon Rook. Where are you, Ewan? Yeah, there we go. Ewan Gwendol, squire to Lord Rook and Hoster Rook. Not anymore. Son of Sir Illid Gwendol, landed knight of Lord Malister. Yes, so he is the son of the landed knight to the north of you. Ithleen, are you looking for your father?
Yes. Yuan, have you seen him?
Begging my pardon, he said he wouldn't want to be disturbed. He said he had to go check on family.
Oh, I see.
He said you could handle anything in his absence, barring, having to run past any details with him.
We have a visitor that I think would be best to speak with him.
Well, you said
perhaps
you needed to find him, you know where he was.
Right. I will go look for him then. Thank you for letting me know.
As you wish.
I will wait for him to kind of go away, and I will head over to where my mother is.
Doesn't take you long. You enter, use the key you've got, you go through, you find your father just sitting next to the bed in which your mother is asleep. Ithleen, what is it?
Father, I'm sorry to disturb you. We have a visitor, actually, and...
Who is it?
It's Lady Andrea Stadwell. She's come down and had some business to discuss with you.
Let me know any final thing that you need approved. You can handle the negotiations, at least initially.
Okay. Thank you. I will take care of that. You all right?
Oster was meant to do this. He was meant to be the one entertaining eligible ladies like Andrea Stadwell.
I know. Well, I will do what I can, and anything I can to help. I think she also wanted to come visit after what happened with Hoster. It was very kind of her to come see us after everything that happened.
Give her my regards, then.
I shall, of course. One quick thing, Father.
Yes.
Did you know about John, stablemaster? He's left. We have a new one.
Yes, he came to me a couple of days ago. Said that with Hoster's passing, he didn't feel that he had anything here to stay for. I think he took Hoster's death quite hard.
I see. That's sad. I very much liked John.
I understand he was being chased by the police, and they've come to Westeros for him.
god.
They're coming for John. They know.
I understand that he, after his death, helped you get to the Rhiners. He's done good to this family, and with Hoster's passing, I could, not in good conscience, force him to stay.
Yes. I think that was the right choice. We all handle this very differently. So,
He said leaving would mean less pressure. And less turmoil.
well, I hope our new stable master is as capable as he was.
Yes. He used to be the stable master for one of the landed knights to the north, Sir Gwendol.
Interesting. Well, I'm sorry to disturb you. I will let Lady Andrea know.
I'm sure you'll negotiate well on behalf of this family.
I will, Father. And I'll take my leave.
You probably get back to the
return.
group then about this time as you
After-
hear talk about people's members being chopped off and going to the wall, and do crows use them anymore? And with that, we're going to take our break.
Do crows use them anymore?
There you go. I mean, they have to
Oh,
stick them
goodness.
back on with like Pritt Stick, but anyway, we're back in 8 minutes. Feel free to enjoy some fan art, and we'll be back shortly.
Oh man.
Hello and welcome back to Roll4It, where Maggie is hitting the camera with a glass.
Using.
Oh, okay. So, Etheline, you come back in to the group to find them talking about crows.
Oh, Lady Etheline.
Yes. Sorry, was I interrupting a conversation?
Oh, no, we were simply heightening our breakfast.
Forgive me, Lady Andrea. My father, he is quite busy today.
I can stay around, a bit longer, and perhaps another day works for him.
If there's anything that you need to discuss, I'm very happy to discuss on our family's behalf. He has entrusted me with that.
Well,
If that is all right with you, of course.
I think that's perfectly fine for me. I was looking forward to meeting your father, though. I have heard wonderful things of him. And
He
meeting
is a great man.
the Lord of House Rook would be nice, but perhaps another day then.
Yes. Yes. You'll have to forgive. It's more than anyone, he's been very isolated after everything. So I apologize, but hope you understand. Well, I'm sure you do.
And of course, I send my condolences to him. I completely understand.
I will, of course. So, what was it that you needed to discuss with him?
Well, perhaps we can find somewhere for the two of us to speak more privately.
Yes, Declan. We should do our daily duties. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Enjoy yourself. And Etheline, you know where to find me. And Lady Andrea. If you would like to discuss Dornish culture and snakes more, my quarters are on the second floor. You know where to find me.
Lady
Well,
Etheline,
You want to roll
Nice.
a
Lady
juice?
Andrea. Just not.
What'd you say?
Do you want to
Just
roll a
nods it.
juice, Lavina?
I mean, I can roll a seduce. I was just being genuine. Like, I'm gonna let her make a choice. I don't have to talk her into it, but I can. If you really want me to seduce, have a 16.
So that's just a number for you to inform your actions based upon her seduction roll.
Okay.
What were you saying?
I was just essentially saying Lady Etheline, Lady Andrea, and bidding my dues.
Okay. Was anyone partaking of Dornish wine particularly heavily during that conversation? Okay. Roll me an endurance roll, Lavina.
Great. Fantastic. Heyo.
Yeah, you are not
It's
drunk.
Dornish wine. I love it.
Yeah.
Come on, Declan. I'd like to meet this new. What do we call him? Stable master? What is his name?
Master
I would like to
Master
meet
of
this
horses.
Wilfred. Yes.
Very well. You can meet Sterren. I'll lead you.
Thank you. Till next time, ladies.
Okay.
And walk
Etheline,
away.
Drea, you are left alone.
Are we going to go somewhere else, or are we going to stay in this room? I don't know. but-
We could actually, we could go somewhere else. I would take her to like one of like the rooms that usually my father would have. Like,
Yeah, you could probably take her to your father's office.
yes, I'll take her there.
Okay. Andrea, you're led into a well-decorated room. There's some arms and armor on the wall, a fair few tomes, a couple of big ornate paintings, and some well-worn furniture that looks like it was of good quality at one point. Still good quality, it's just it has been used.
Andrea probably like stops and looks at some of these like paintings and whatnot, and
Mhm.
maybe ask questions about them.
After a few minutes, say, please have a seat, and I'll sit where my father usually sits. Maybe I'll sit where my father usually sits, or I'll sit where I usually sit, I think. And yeah. So what is it that brings you here?
Well, I'm here on a matter for the Davenmars, actually. My sister's husband is looking for some land, in particular some of House Rook's land, and of course would pay for it in return, looking for the land as well as the people within it.
I see. Does he have anything in mind for how much land or a type of... we have different types of areas here in the Riverlands.
What is it?
It would be the bit
Lord
adjacent to
Davenmar.
House Davenmar, which would probably mean one of your marshy regions.
Marshy regions. Let me just pull up the map really quick, actually, as we're discussing this.
It's the southeast.
He's looking for something adjacent to his current land, some of the marshland that you own. And of course, he would pay.
I see. Okay, cool. I'm just looking at the map. So, what brings him to want some of the land down here?
What brings him to want the land down here? These questions that she's asking are going to be more for you than I do.
Right.
House Davenmar doesn't have a lot of land, but they have an excess of money. Effectively, it's them using their money to buy more land, more influence, more people.
Right. Well,
You don't know anything about the deeper motivations, if there are any, but that's the pretty obvious motivations from a political standpoint.
as you know, Lord Davenmar doesn't own as much land as perhaps he would like, but he does have the money. And I don't know if your family is in need of anything of that sort, but perhaps we can negotiate something. Or if it isn't money that you want, perhaps it's something else. Everyone needs something.
Yes, of course. This could be a good proposition for us. Right now, we've been doing quite well, despite everything that's happened with my brother, but there is some things that we do need, particularly military, or some people to help us guard the area, as bandits have been a bit of a problem. Don't know if that's something that he could offer, perhaps. Some additional forces.
For permanency, or for just finding these bandits that you're looking for exactly?
Well, it could be a temporary thing. It doesn't have to be they permanently come down here. Though if he is looking to get some land, and he wants to have some of his own settlements down here, that could be an option. But it could be also a temporary thing if we want to negotiate. But right now, we have had a bit of a problem, and we could use the help.
Lord Davenmar doesn't have a big army, right?
No, they're slightly weaker militarily. Certainly weaker than the Ravens who they border.
That's what I figured.
But on a push, you know what? I will tell you in Discord so you know what is a push and what is a thing they're willing to negotiate a little bit on, because you've been briefed on this. So I will let you know.
And then in response to that, I will say, well, perhaps he could do something. I'll have to discuss that with him. But if it's something less permanent, perhaps my men can help.
That would be great, actually. You seem to have quite the forces with you. I saw they were very well armed. Do you have
Well,
many forces?
I'd like to think that my father has built a nice army of his own. I mean, we are small, but we pack a punch, I could say so. And I like to surround myself by other warriors who, well, I guess they catch my eye. Although Lavina has me thinking that maybe I need to change up things a bit. Maybe start another division.
Yes, she definitely has different ideas for different styles of how to fight beyond the traditional way that I've seen here, in our area at least.
You say you need more forces, but doesn't House Rook have an army of their own? Or do you have them doing something else?
Actually, so we have, let me look at our house points right now. We have a decent army, do we not? Or
For a house of your size, you have a relatively decent army. The one issue you do have at the moment is you have trained warships, trained garrison, a green unit of infantry, a green unit of archers. However, you've spent 24 power. Your power is actually now 23. You're in debt, which means that your units are a little bit like they're not being paid, probably not being provisioned properly. And it's going to cause, like, there's some certain amount of desertion happening amongst them, particularly more from the green units than it will be from the trained units.
I see. Oh, okay. Well, that changes things then, because we could use money then.
Well, money will need to translate into power, which you'll need 1 power, which is the military resource.
Okay.
You can buy power with money, but it costs a 2-to-1 ratio.
Okay. We do have a strong garrison, and we have some infantry here, but things have not been the best with them as of right now.
What has happened?
Well, we've gotten ourselves into a little bit of debt and are not able to fully pay all of our forces, and that causes some strife. And I think
then perhaps money is more something that we should negotiate on then.
It is a good option. So I don't think that is completely off the table. I would very much be willing to negotiate. If that is what he has more of, is money, then...
Is there a window in this room?
Sure, yeah. It's a nice window with a good overlook.
Yeah. Andrea will kind of like stand up and walk over to the window and kind of look out the window and look back at Isleen and say, well, I don't like dilly-dallying with these things, and negotiations are quite boring. And I'm sure for you as well. It seems that we are kindred spirits, as we've discussed before, but what is it that you'd want in return for the marshland, then? How much debt have you incurred with your forces? Perhaps we can make sure that they are well kept and paid for.
Yes, perhaps that would be good then. Some money, some resources, perhaps, to help our current military and infantry. Keep them
if you
going.
A bit of a deal, perhaps I can have my men look into that bandit issue for you as well. And I will spearhead that. I will be the one in charge of my army. Well, my small cadre, I should say. But although we are small, I think a group of bandits should be no problem for us.
Of course.
It wouldn't be the first time that we've probably dealt with one of those sorts. Usually they're just looking for something, money, and they tend to keep on those roads that people traverse most.
Yes, I'm sure you've heard, but there was that one bandit or a group of bandits that took out one of the heirs of House Reimer south of us.
I have heard word of that. Right, I have heard word of that.
You've probably heard of that, yeah.
I don't know any of the details, but I've heard word. Word does travel quite quickly whenever it comes to those types of things.
Yes, it's... So, it's become quite a problem. I don't quite know if it's just a small group of bandits or if it's a bigger issue that's causing them to be so ruthless in our area. And it has caused some tension between us and House Reimer, though after what happened with Tommen, it's become a mutual issue among both of our houses.
Well, an ally of an ally is an ally of us. And if we can help make that relationship better for you as well as us, I see no problem. And you think that it might be something else that is causing this tension?
Well, not that I worry there might be a bigger issue beyond just a few bandits. So that's why I say be careful.
I see. And what is this bigger issue that you think might be the problem? Or is it more of a feeling? I understand those intuitions.
Yes, I'd say it is more of an intuition. It's a feeling.
Can I insight check her? Is she being weird about something? Or does it seem like she knows more than she's offering?
Make an insight check. It's lean.
Okay.
Regarding this situation, I think I just am concerned.
Bad at inciting. Anyway.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. She's being genuine. She's a lovely, innocent girl who seems to have been put into a tough position as steward.
Gotcha. Okay.
She's being honest as she can be.
Perhaps Declan's been out there more fighting with these bandits or whomever they may be. He might have a little bit more insight on the matter. I obviously don't do much of the fighting, but he might have more insight on that.
Well, if this deal follows through, then we'll do our due diligence and speak to Declan before we take matters into our hands.
That would be great.
In regards to the forces, if you decide to go that route instead, or your father does, I suppose, I don't think Davin will necessarily be interested, but if I could convince my sister's husband to provide you with some forces, I think he would just want to make sure that they were under his control, not hand them over per se.
Yes, I think that is fair.
I think he's quite fond of the people that he's put together, I should say.
Of course. I completely understand.
If you don't mind asking, and I know you've been through so much trauma already, why has your family gone into debt and been unable to pay your army? I mean, House Rook, you'd think that you would be able to do so. And of course, I'm sorry for my forwardness. I don't care for the deceptiveness of bureaucracy. I'd rather just deal with our dealings and, be open about it, I should say.
No, I completely understand. Be completely honest. I think my father, he has our best interests, but there's a lot of personal matters going on right now. And they have been going on for a while. After the loss of my mother, things just weren't the same.
I'll kind of go over to where Islene is sitting, and if there's a seat next to you or something, I'll like put my hand on yours. I'm sorry for your loss. You've had so much.
Yes. So I think that while his decision making, I trust the things that he does. Sometimes we have to make difficult choices, and some of the choices have been putting more money into things we shouldn't, and now we're into a little bit of debt. But
Well, you can help your father in times of need like this. Usually the heir would maybe help and aid. And I know that us ladies aren't necessarily heirs, but your brother is only 5, and perhaps you can have some sway with your father and help him out. I mean, It's your
Yes.
legacy as well. I know it all too well that the men tend to take care of everything, but let's be honest. We can deal with our own dealings ourselves, and sometimes we can be more persuasive than them.
I completely agree. And you're right. I do feel a bit more responsible now as you're right. My little brother is only 5. And Liana, though she's older than me, has been just predisposed with Dornish culture and studies and doing her thing. Honestly,
My sisters are very much the same. I think one of the others are probably going to be wed off soon too.
apparently it takes a lot to be married to somebody, a lot of things you have to take care of. I didn't realize it was so complicated. I thought you just set somebody up and got married, but no, Liana's been very busy.
I think we both know that Leanna's situation is a bit different. I mean, she's going to be part of something that's very, very, well, different, I suppose is the best word to say it.
Yes.
They do have quite an interesting culture that I would love to learn more about, but I think if I was going to marry into a family such as that, I would want to know what I was getting myself into as well.
Yes, but that does just leave me as the only one right now who doesn't have a lot of commitments, and it leaves a lot of me to help my father. And so I do feel a bit more responsible in making these kinds of decisions, and I want to make the best decisions for our house, which is why I'm willing to make this offer with you, this deal. I think offering some of our land for a bit of aid would be good for us right now.
And good for us. So we've come to agreement then.
Yes.
I will share this information with Lord Davenmar, and I'm sure he will send over the proper paperwork, and they will dally and dilly with whatever negotiation bits and pieces that they need to.
Of course.
I look forward to the relationship that we will have and our
Yes.
families coming together.
Very much so.
And I'm sure Lord Davenmar will appreciate the new land, as I know he is trying to expand what legacy he has as well, especially with a new wife and potentially a new child on the way. I know my sister is very keen on that. An heir to the lordship would be good for all families involved.
Of course. Which reminds me, you need to meet the rest of my family, because you've yet
I
to
would
meet
love
them.
to.
Okay, before you meet the rest of the family. So specifically, the deal would be, what? In terms of house points, so I can shift stuff around in a minute.
Okay.
And so we're all on the same page.
I was thinking it would be for us, it'd be +5 money, +5 law, and then it would be minus. Oh wait, it'd be -5 land for them, right? And minus.
Yeah, so that's for Rook. Don't worry about the Davenmar stats exactly. So Rook would be losing 5.
No, it would be less money than that, because instead of giving
Yeah, because you're loaning them.
He was giving me a
troops.
deal by us helping, right? That was what she agreed to, right?
Yes.
And
Okay.
loaning troops. Well,
Yes.
allowing troops to station provided they help.
Yes. So it'd be -6 power for us, right?
Well, you wouldn't lose power. You just temporarily. Well, House Davamar would temporarily have to lose all their troops, or half their troops, or whatever, to be stationed over there. So, like, they would temporarily be out troops, but they wouldn't actually lose any. So let me have a look at. So, House Rook, are you okay with losing the marshland that I think just has like a stream in it? That's worth 4 land.
Yes.
Okay, wetlands with a stream, 4. So yeah, you'd lose 4 land there. You probably gain 4 law as well. Because that is one of the areas where there's, bandits are basing up, because it's harder to like traverse that area. You'd also probably lose a little bit of influence, and you would gain a little bit more law. The basis being, you lose influence for the fact that you're allowing someone else to station troops in your land, which makes you look a little bit weak, but you'd gain more law because they're helping suppress that.
You know what? I'm okay with that. Having more law, I think, right now is good. So.
Okay. So, in general, I think what would happen is that your land would go down 4. You'd lose that 1 area. Your law would go up probably 6. Your influence down 2.
+6 law, -2 influence. Okay.
And then she gets money too.
That's without any money. If you wanted some money as well, you could lose something else. But depends if you need money.
Seemed like that's what was money out of it.
So, what's our wealth? I think if we get more law, does that mean that the troops would be a little bit more, like, well compensated and willing to listen to us?
What you could do is, while you do this, you could spend 2 of your wealth. You've actually got 5 wealth not being used. You can spend 2 of those points of wealth to up your power by 1, which will mean that your troops are fine again.
Okay, that sounds like a good idea then. So we won't need to negotiate money.
Yeah, you just spend your own money to be able to get
I'll
that
just
up.
spend it.
Yeah.
Okay, that is a good option.
And you can represent that as part of like
So she's
the Davamar
spending,
troops
she's
coming in
spending
particular.
wealth for power.
She would spend 2 wealth for 1 power, which is something you can do. You can trade 2 wealth for any stat in the game, but that's the case of like wealth is one of these stats that you can trade for anything, but it costs 2. So it's a little bit more pricey, but you can do it.
Got it.
But in exchange for general, like she'd be gaining 6 law, losing 4 land, losing 2 influence. And she would have the ability to have these, Davamar troops stationed in her land, which would help out against any major raider incursions or anything that happen. So, Etheline, Andrea, that's the deal on the table. Just so you know, in terms of statistics and what this means, you can go back to role-playing. Just want to make sure everyone was aware exactly what that meant for the house.
Okay. So I would take her, once we, finish that, I would take her to meet Liana and Jason.
Yay.
So if Liana is around, if she's busy, I'll try to find her.
Yeah, you would be able to find her. It would take you not too long. She's probably just come back from like a horse ride or something, like an early morning horse ride. She's been spending less time with Lavina recently. And, there's probably been some muttering in the last few months about like whether this means that she's, pulling away from the whole Dornish situation or whatever or not. But in general, Liana's been a bit more independent of late.
Okay.
Alternatively, you could go to Jason first, because Jason, where he's always in effectively the same couple of rooms with Scepter, Weiler, or possibly he's, being taken outside in the gardens.
Okay. Yeah, let's go to Jason first then.
Okay. In which case, you find Jason probably outside, being taught by Scepter Weiler. He's 6 now. He's running around at a ferocious rate and asking a lot of questions.
Hello, brother. How are you doing?
Effie! Hi, Effie.
I'd like to introduce you to somebody. This is Andrea, Lady Andrea.
You're really tall.
I'm sure you will be tall as well once you grow up.
I'm
great
6
to meet
now.
you.
I'm grown up already.
You have. Although I have not met you previously, I'm assuming that you've definitely grown taller.
I'll grow taller.
Yes.
Will I be
Maybe
as tall
one day
as
as
you?
tall as I was about to say. Maybe one day as tall as her.
I'm certain you'll be even taller.
Will I be as tall as Declan?
Perhaps. But you'll have to eat very well.
Does that mean I have to eat my greens?
I think it does mean that.
He looks really distraught for a moment.
Jason, you know, Lady Andrea is very good with a sword.
But she's a woman.
I know. That makes her even more impressive.
Make a persuasion roll. You're gonna shape this child's upbringing.
Yeah. Convince? Or just persuasion?
Sure, convince. Do you want to use a destiny point on that?
Yeah, actually, this is my little brother.
That makes it a 15.
Okay.
Because the 2 bonus dice is counted. With a 15, you have a small impact on his upbringing.
Nice.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you as
maybe,
good as Declan with a weapon?
I don't know yet. I haven't had the pleasure of battling dear Declan.
Can I watch if you do?
You know what? I'll make sure you get a front seat if we do.
I like her. Can we keep her?
Well,
Unfortunately, I don't think my family would appreciate that. I do have to go home at some point, but I'll be around for a little bit longer.
Where's home?
Very far away from here. I live, well, is there a map nearby or something of that sort?
You know what? Yeah, sure. Except while I was teaching him a lesson of geography.
I kind of walk over to the map and I'm like, I live along this river, the White Knife River.
Next to Winterfell, home of soon-to-be Hand of the King, Nedward Stark.
That is correct. It looks like your teachings have gone quite well, and you're retaining it.
He's doing okay. He learns things, just doesn't keep to the curriculum sometimes.
Well, if you want to grow tall and strong like Declan, you'll have to make sure that you keep up with your studies as well.
Declan doesn't have a wife. Are you going to be his wife?
I don't believe that is in the plans. At least not yet.
You're both very tall.
That indeed we are.
Jason, not everybody that you see that's tall means that they're going to be a perfect match for each other. It's not very nice to ask those kinds of questions.
Well, what about you and that
Right.
Ram.
Oh, well. Don't worry about that one, Jason. We'll see.
Oh,
If you're not going to marry him, Andrea can.
I think that's something for her to decide and not for us to pry on.
Can I marry you?
well, I think there might be a bit of a problem with that.
You are taller.
But I'm certain that you will marry someone who you will get along with quite well. But maybe give it a few years first, after you've learned more things and grown a bit taller.
Yes. You'll make our house proud.
He runs over to like a low-hanging branch from a tree and grabs onto it and starts swinging. I'm gonna get taller.
I'll walk over to Athleen and I'll be like, So, Lord Reimer, are you thinking of marrying him?
Well, it was an option that was considering a little bit, but he's very nice. I'm undecided.
I've yet to meet him myself, but I hope that you're happy with whatever decision you might come up with. And I'm certain there are probably quite a few suitors waiting in line.
Thank you. Yes. I've yet to find the right one, I think. But we shall see. Our houses have been a bit closer as of recent, so there was a time where my family was pushing for it a little bit more, but perhaps not as much anymore.
At this point, Jason runs back over. I like Declan.
Yes.
He throws balls and I have to catch them.
Yes. I'm glad you've been spending a lot of time with Declan. Can learn a lot from him.
I just got to meet him today, and he does seem like a lovely fellow.
He told me that all crows are... I can't remember the word. It began with a C.
Do I know what he's trying
to say castrated?
Nope.
Okay.
What? Yeah. Can I tell what he's trying to say here?
I will leave it to your imagination.
Maybe hanging around him a little too much.
Perhaps you don't want to repeat that anyway.
Yes.
Some things are better left unsaid, and you will learn that quite well, Jason, as you grow up.
Is it all about my height?
I didn't mean height in that sense. As you get older, I should say.
You become more wise as Maester Weimer here.
Scepter Weiler.
Scepter Weiler. Scepter. Not Maester.
Yes, he's wise enough for a 6-year-old, but he's got a long way to go.
Don't we all?
But I've got to be wise enough already, because I'm now going to be in charge of the house if anything happens to Dad.
Well, you're learning very quickly. Don't fret too much, Jason.
And hopefully nothing happens to your father.
Nothing will happen to him. Don't worry.
But
He's
I
got a
don't
lot of
want
people
anything
around
to
him.
happen to him.
Have you seen Liana?
I can't sit in his seat. It's too big. Liana said she was going to go riding. She said that because she wasn't getting riding anymore, she was going to get some herself.
What?
She was going to go riding because she didn't do riding anymore.
Okay, can I... Well, that's good to know, Jason. Thanks for letting me know that. That's
Totally
news to me.
innocent.
I didn't know. I didn't know that. Did she say anything else about riding?
She said she was going to get a stallion from the stables and
Did
ride
she
it.
say she was riding with anybody? Like with the riding that she wasn't previously doing?
She said she was going to talk to the master of horse and get a big stallion.
Okay. We'll go see if we can find her then.
It
With
was
that big
lovely.
stallion.
It was lovely meeting you, Jason.
And you, tall lady.
And as we're walking out, I'm like, you do know, though, just because your families are getting along now, you could still marry Lord Raymer if that's something that you're interested in.
Yes. I'm not sure what I want yet.
Perhaps you should visit some other lands. I know my mother and father would be honored to have you come see our house, and I do have some brothers as well.
I would absolutely love to. Honestly, just to get out of here for a little bit would make me ecstatic. But I think right now, my duty is here.
Perhaps
But
another then. Of
yes,
course.
I would love to get out.
At the front, it takes you a little while, but you do eventually find Diana as she trots back into the stables on a large black destrier, which you're pretty sure is your father's.
Oh, sister.
Sister? Andrea Stadwell, correct?
Oh, yes. It is great to
met
meet you
briefly.
for...
Yes. She gets down off the horse, a little bit bow-legged. It is a large horse for her, and shakes your hand.
I shake hands back then. It's great to meet you. Your sister has been doing a wonderful job at showing me around your lovely humble abode, and as well as it was lovely meeting your younger brother, Jason. He was quite a treat, actually.
He's got a lot on his mind these days with all his lessons and people wanting his time.
How was the riding, Leanna?
She looks a little bit bashful, like she did just take Dad's horse. Fine, just want to get out. Sure,
I'll
you can
pet the
appreciate
horse.
that.
If I can.
Make an animal handling roll.
Okay. I had to make an animal handling roll to pet a horse.
This horse, maybe.
No.
It shies away from you and like bucks a little bit, not a lot, but it's a destrier and trained for war, and it's not particularly receptive to people it doesn't recognize.
That's fine. I go towards it, but it backs off, and I back up, and I'm like, just quite a lovely stallion you have here.
It belongs to Lord Rook.
And he lets you ride it. That's quite nice of your father.
Yes, it is.
Do I gather that she's not telling the truth?
Make an insight roll.
I'm just eyeing Leanna. I'm giving her the stink eye.
9.
Your insight.
It's so bad, I know. I've been very uninsightful.
Well, that is not the dice pool. Whoops.
Woo!
Oh, that's a lot of dice.
Ooh, 12.
Yeah, no, she's totally allowed to ride this horse. Yeah, totally.
Okay.
It's Lean, you know she's not.
Yeah, I'm just like staring at her.
Then I will say, my father would never let me, but well, that doesn't mean I haven't snuck in and took his horse for a ride or two.
How was it?
Amazing. We have some very well-trained horses.
There's something different between riding a destrier and, you know, a Garen or something. Just having so much power between your legs is exhilarating.
It is, and it's always fun to try something new as well.
Yeah, looks at Italy in there.
Yes, it is. Must be exhilarating.
Oh,
Well-
did you meet the new stable master, by the way?
No, I have not met him yet.
I don't like him as much as the last one. He's less pleasing.
In what ways?
He's less charming than the last man.
I see. Well, perhaps we should meet him then.
Yes. Let's go meet him.
Steron? Oh, yes. Can I help? Why you got Lord Rook? Sure. Do you want to put it away? Sure, come here. Andrea Stadwell and Ithleen would like to talk to you. Okay. Nice to meet you again, milady.
Very nice to meet you and welcome.
And how is my horse doing? I hope you're treating him well.
It's got water and oats and hay.
I hope so. I've had Old Blue for so long.
It's a fine horse.
Thank you. Our family has a lineage of horses, and it's quite nice to have one of the children of one of our horses, especially one that my uncle used to ride.
Oh, fine horse. One of the shoes is a little bit loose. You want me to see to that with the lads?
Oh, that would be lovely. I would appreciate that.
No problem. Looks a little bit awkward at the moment.
I don't have anything else to say to him.
Could I, while they're discussing horses,
By the way, in which case, you would know that in a situation like this, when he's so much of a lower class and he's not familiar with you, you need to dismiss him.
Okay.
That's why he's there going.
Awkwardly, okay. Okay.
It wouldn't be my place to dismiss him anyway.
Right. Well, Steron, it was very lovely meeting you, and
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Miss Rook. Lady Stadwell.
Yes, we'll be seeing you.
Takes the horse away.
So, Liana, how is it learning the culture of the Dawn? Are you excited for your new marriage?
Well, Lavina was teaching me all about the Dornish ways, and she's a most excellent teacher. Just recently, I've maybe feeling, it'll be a big change, and it's so far away.
I can understand that. And for certain, it will be different. But their culture seems very interesting. Perhaps they'll give you a snake as well.
They did show me the snake pits when I was down there.
Ooh, and how was that?
Well, they threw someone in.
Oh. For what matter?
Honestly, slipped my mind. I'm sure they had a very good reason.
I hope so. That kind of made it.
Well, Andrea, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like a moment with my sister. I haven't seen her all day, but I can show you back inside, and perhaps
manage to walk back inside myself.
Of course.
You have a wonderful chat, and of course, thank you so much for your hospitality, Ithleen, and it was lovely meeting you, Leanne.
Same again, Lady Staples. Congratulations so much on your tournament at Seacard. I saw your final bout. It was most impressive.
I appreciate that.
You're a very fine lady. You have skills that I can only hope to catch up to.
Well, I'm certain that you have your own. And again, thank you both. And I'll excuse myself. And
maybe we could catch a drink sometime before you leave.
I would love that.
Am I able to insight check my sister or anything like that?
Sure, feel free.
Is she hitting on her right now? Empathy?
Sure.
Andrea just thinks she's being nice. And
yes to empathy or just a regular
empathy?
Insight? Okay. A 10.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit, but it's hard to tell.
Okay.
If she is, it's dubious that that intent is directly aimed at Andrea, because Andrea doesn't seem to recognize it particularly much.
Okay,
But maybe.
got it.
Thank you, Lady Stadwell. So, Ithy, what do you want to talk about?
Yes. So once Andrea takes her leave, Jason said something interesting to us today when we were talking with him about you. The thing about children is they're so innocent and they don't realize what they're saying when they say it. He mentioned something you said about not getting riding, so you have to get riding another way. Is there something you're keeping from me, sister?
Well, you know how much I like to get out sometimes.
Get out. I know what he was implying, or I know what you were implying
Make
when
that
you said
insight
that.
roll.
I didn't. Which roll?
Insight. There's not much you
No.
can do.
Yeah.
Well, Thars has been so harsh about not going out by yourself, and especially after what happened to Costa. And, children over here and misspeak so many things. Jason's only 6, bless him.
I see. If there was anything going on, you can tell me, right?
Persuasion charm.
I just have convince. It's not the regular persuasion.
That's a pretty terrible roll.
Yeah, now I'm not rolling well. Earlier I was rolling great.
Yeah. Don't worry. It's just need to blow off a little bit of steam.
I understand.
You can't all be the perfect daughter doing all the sums and being trusted to do the running of the house like you.
It's not all that great, I can tell you. But I'm glad that you were able to at least let off a little steam then, even if it was on Father's horse, which I won't say anything to him about that. Don't worry. He's been very quiet these past few days.
Have you ever ridden, gestures vaguely at the horses?
Not much, no.
I knew you were a good one of the family.
I mean, I've considered it, but I haven't taken that risk
Not
just
with
yet.
the Robert Reimer?
No.
I mean, he'd get knocked out by Sir Theron so easily. Oh, what about him?
Sir Theron?
Did you ever meet him?
No, I've not met him. I've only heard mixed things about him. Between Declan and... Why, did you?
No, he was just at the tournament and he knows how to handle a sword.
Are you interested?
I can't be interested. I have obligations to the house.
Engaged. Yes, I know.
Promised to be betrothed to a child.
I know. Well, I don't know. I haven't, I only just turned 18, so I haven't really. I guess now is the time to start thinking about those things. You're right. I just haven't put as much thought into it.
Well, I envy you your freedom. Some of us don't get that choice.
I know, sister. Anyway, I won't say anything to Father about the horse, and maybe I'll consider myself learning to ride his horse a little bit. And then I'll blame you if I get caught. Just kidding.
I should go. I should probably find Lavina.
Yes. It's a good idea. I'll see you around. And I will head back inside.
Okay. Declan, Lavina, have you been doing anything particular? What's been going on?
Well,
yeah.
I thought we were actually going to be the ones heading down to the stable since she wanted to meet Starin.
Okay, so
Which was a
before
total
that
excuse
scene-
to get Declan alone and talk about the fact that John's gone.
Okay, so before that scene took place, you guys leave in the direction of the stable. You are now alone. You notice
I'm gonna be leading her to the
Destria
stable.
leave in front of you as you sort of enter into the courtyard.
Declan, walk slower, please. Your pace is large.
All right.
I
Is everything okay?
No. Are you not concerned about the fact John's simply gone? I should tell you, my time laying with the stable boys has proved beneficial. One of them told me in a drunken, euphoric stupor that he saw Eileen speaking with John simply nights ago. It was very strange. She called upon him. And not in a Luvina kind of way. More as if they shared something. And yes, I know he was there when her brother was killed. But it was as if she went to speak with him privately. I do not trust this John, I told you this, and now he's simply gone. He packs his things and leaves.
I'm not sure what is to say. John is local. He had all of his family here, or at least not far.
So where would he go? And why? Why would he go? I know that the loss of Oster has been difficult, and to lose a lover is hard. But he has served this family a long time.
Maybe he felt as if we had gotten too close.
Too close to the truth.
Well, if he is as we may expect, he's not as stupid as he may come across at times. If we were too close to knowing something, he might have to disappear.
I want to know where he goes. You have...
I wish I had any leads.
Yes, but don't we have men out there or something? Can keep eyes, watch, to see if they see him. Maybe we can drop a good word in town. Let the brothel know.
Actually, Caliph has many eyes.
I see. Declan, this may benefit us. If Caliph is the one with eyes, and potentially is in fact the one who did all of this, we could both search for John using Caliph and convince him that we are not hot on his trail. Deception, Declan.
I've gathered, Luvina,
Okay.
but as you can tell, it's not exactly my strong suit.
I understand this, and I do not ask you to deceive.
Kelith will see through this immediately.
He will see through you.
And this is why I'll not be there.
Okay. I will speak with Kelith. I will mention to him we want to keep eyes for John. In and around town. Word out if he is spotted elsewhere. I want to know where he went. I feel it will inform us of quite a lot.
He's already been gone for a few days, so
This is true.
we may have
But-
missed too much.
If he is truly tied to this place, his family and all, he may not have gone far. Plus, he's comfortable now, believes we do not miss him. His replacement is here. Could be exactly what we need. And maybe nothing comes back from it. Sometimes you put out a line for fishing and fish do not bite. But it is
I
not
don't
worth
fish.
trying. Well, that's not surprising. But also, fishing is fun.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. You sit in silence and wait. It is a game of cat and mouse.
I don't like that.
Well, it's because you have not fished with Luvina. You would like it. There's lots of wine involved.
Do you have
But-
sex when you're fishing?
Not that I know of. I just
Then I
simply
do not
like...
see you enjoying this.
What, fishing?
Yes.
Fishing is lovely. Just because it does not involve anal course does not mean it cannot be enjoyable. Luvina likes some things other than penetration. Jeez,
You've
Declan,
never said
who do you
anything
think?
else. You've never said anything else. All you've expressed is your enjoyment for sex and wine.
Well, they're my two favorite things.
Then it is right for me to presume that you may incorporate those into your fishing trips.
Well, Declan, the only thing you ever talk about is chopping off heads and
Because
well,
nobody
chopping off heads.
else ever asks me the things that I'm interested in.
Well, nobody asked Luvina neither. So we
Luvina's
learned
good
so
with
much
tackle.
about each other today.
This is why I asked you if you like having sex while fishing.
It is not my preference. No. No. But I'm sure that I could make it happen if need be.
I do not like to wait so long.
For sex and fishing?
All of the above, yes.
Exactly. There are ways to fulfill both.
I'm afraid that I will not be venturing with you to your next fishing trip.
Well, that is your loss.
Mayhaps.
You're afraid all of Venus is going to take advantage of Declan.
I just don't like your snake.
You don't like Claudia? She's
Never
so
liked
innocent.
snakes.
She's so innocent.
I take a step back. This is close enough.
Declan. Many people would call me Snake. Say they do not like me.
You're
Speak-
much warmer.
When I want to be. But let me tell you, snakes are incredible animals. Cold-blooded. You should know, women, female snakes that is, they come from all over to mate with single male. No, other way around. Single female waits, all the male come to her. True. They bind their bodies together.
Sounds boring.
Have you ever bound your body to somebody else? Let me rephrase that, Declan. Have you ever bound your body to many bodies, Declan?
You might be prying a bit too much.
Luvina does not pry. I simply ask.
I do not like to be bound.
Yes, Declan. This because you've not done it right.
No, I do not like feeling as if I'm out of control.
There are benefits to being out of control of a situation.
I'm afraid of what might happen if I lose
In this sphere
control of myself.
is great euphoria. Now, Declan,
I don't know.
You seem very confused. I like how you feel that
But if I
have
am
sex
bound,
on fishing trips.
Then someone will kill me. They'll have the best attempt. If I am tied down, that is when I will be undone.
Declan, the point is to be undone, not to be killed. Not everybody wants to kill you.
Many do.
And we all say this is true? I can't count on fingers and toes how many people want to kill Luvina Sand. Do you think
Well,
that stops me from being bound?
Maybe they have not gone fishing with you yet.
You and fishing. We're going fishing. We are making a trip of it. We're going to sit on banks of river, and I will prove to you that we do not need to have sex to catch fish.
I feel as if we will go fishing and you will tie me down and take advantage of me. And I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Declan, if I wanted to tie you down and take advantage of you, I wouldn't take you fishing to achieve this.
I don't know, Lavina. It's the snake. Is
So
there
do you
something
like-
else you must say? This is borderline uncomfortable. You're very close with the snake right now.
Declan, am I making you nervous?
I do not
man
like
said,
Claudian.
Fuck in front of a lady today. The man who was supposed to have balls of steel chop men in half.
Are you not supposed to say these things in front of a woman?
It depends on the woman. Fuck
If she
is not
is a-
necessarily a term that we use lightly at breakfast.
If she is supposed to be a battle-readied, as Theron said, warrior goddess, then she is familiar with such terminology.
Oh, I'm sure she is familiar with much more. But
Lavina, you always tell me that I need to go to Dawn, that I must experience the way of the Dornish. Mayhaps you should go to the north.
it is cold in the north.
And our bodies are frequently next to each other to stay warm.
I have to say, your openness about sexuality does intrigue me. Do all your people share in your excitement for fornication?
Most of them do, but it's at some times for survival.
You fornicate for survival?
You don't understand how cold it is out there.
Well, I have heard there are scary things in the north. And most of the men wear black and supposedly have penises chopped off. So what am I supposed to do with this?
Go past the wall. I assure you, most of them still have their
You
cocks.
wall! A Dornish past wall! No, that Declan's funny. What could I receive north of the wall other than an arrow in the back?
Well, luckily, Declan's south of the wall, and you might be so lucky to have a taste.
Wouldn't I be so lucky?
But only if Claudia's not around. I am not for this.
Nobody likes Claudia. It's a good snake.
There's
Like kiss.
There's only so much you can slow down. At this point, you are just.
Oh, we're probably like standing and just yakking. Shall we continue to the new Forcemaster?
Can I help you? You've been standing there for like 5 minutes.
But that's not him, is it?
Hello, begging your pardon.
Oh, you don't. No need to beg my pardon. I am Luvina Sand. I simply wanted to meet you. You have replaced John Johnson.
Yeah.
Dare I ask, who brought you here? Was it John himself? Or did
No.
our Lord?
The Lord sent a raven for me. I left the service of House Gwendol a few months ago. The Lord made an offer, good bed and lodgings. Sorry, who are you?
I am Luvina Sand.
She's a guest of the house.
Begging your pardon, then, milady.
All the pardons. You're polite. I appreciate this. No need to pardon.
Well, thank you very much, milady.
Declan. I simply needed to meet him.
Well, we'll be on our way.
It was very nice to meet you, Lavina, Declan.
Oh, Yes, this is my horse. And I kind of point down the way. Or they're back, right, from the...
Yeah.
I'm guessing at this point they've far come back. Take care of it, please.
Oh, beautiful animal. Got a fine taste.
It has come a long way to be in the cold north.
Yeah, well, the coat's a little bit difficult to keep in check in the north, not used to the humidity, but doing a fine job, keeping up with it.
Well, I trust you will do your job well. John Johnson had big old pants to feel. You do get the reference here.
Yes.
Not his actual pants. You do not have to wear his pants.
I'm aware of the metaphor.
You seem very dense. Does he seem dense, Declan?
I do not know, but I didn't think John Johnson that large of a man.
Oh, Declan. Just pat you on the chest. It's okay.
It's a metaphor. It means like you say one thing, but it means like another.
Yes, I've heard this before.
Well, it has been a pleasure. Your name one more time?
Stefan.
Stefan. Wonderful. I like to come round, check on my horse frequently.
I mean, come check on her whenever you want. She's your horse.
Right, she is. Just don't be surprised if I am hanging around.
Staren.
Yes.
If the old master of horses happens to swing by, report in to me, please.
Sure, he's not getting a job.
Understood.
Of course not. The point would be to assure he understands that, right, Declan?
Correct.
Make deceive rolls. He's making an insight check here.
Okay. Deception. Is that a bluff?
Yeah. No, just flat deception on this one. You'll pass, but...
Yeah, 10.
I got a 9, surprisingly.
Yes.
Declan,
Yeah,
you
those were
also
good
need to roll.
rolls.
You did take part in that bluff.
I'm not gonna lie. I mentally, Bub was still thinking about the scenario of the pants, and I didn't hear her. I just responded with correct when she said, "Isn't that right, Becky?" So I mean,
so
yeah,
you
I
say
can.
correct, and then your mind catches up, and you're like, "Wait, no," and he's just like,
I agree with her right now. Correct. That is correct. If you want me to still roll a deception,
"Yeah,
I will.
you do need to still roll deception because you
Okay.
understand what she said in hindsight." Sure. Is this an extra, like, outside the job thing?
No. I would say it is part of your job to let us know if
I mean,
new or interesting parties come into the stables.
sure,
right, Declan?
yeah. Okay, I mean,
Is this a problem?
no.
I didn't think it would be.
Good.
He says, looking at every, like, 6 foot 4 inches of you.
Good. Well, continue on. We'll be on our way.
We will. Have a good
Okay.
day.
Yeah, same to you, Lavina, Declan. Okay.
Goodbye. Just like walking these crazy ass folk.
It's like, what the fuck have I let myself in for?
A wildling and a Dornish walk into a stable.
Are you satisfied with him?
Declan, it was not about him or being satisfied. I simply wanted to take you for a walk so we could talk. And not about fishing.
I figured as much.
One day you will start to speak Luvina.
I speak a bit more Luvina than you're well aware.
Yes, well, you pretend most of the time then that you are...
These games are fun.
Fun, says the scowl on your face.
It's the scar. It makes me look this way.
No, Declan. The turn down of corners of your mouth and the furrow of your brow.
I have been this way since birth. This is my resting face.
You came out of your mother's womb with scowl.
Angry. I believe my mother to be a giant. Yes.
Your mother was giant.
She was also a very enormous woman, yes.
No wonder you have taste for big women.
I have taste for challenge.
Is this why you wanted so badly to fight Andrea?
If she is as strong as they say she is, yes. I've also heard things about you.
Oh, you do not want to fight Slovena.
I would love a shot. An opportunity to spar with you.
Most would. Many of them said this at championship until they bowed to my feet with whip around their neck.
On second thought, you might actually tie me up, and I do not like this.
You have made very clear. I do not fight fair. It's not about steel on steel for Lovina. It is avoiding being hit altogether.
I've never fought the Dornish before. I do not know their ways or their style of fighting. But have you ever fought a wildling?
If not, you're the only wildling I have met. Though it is my understanding that not all wildlings are as dedicated as you are.
Rarely are they lucky to stay alive long enough to see much of the world. I would argue that I am probably among the first, as I've not met any others myself. But I have been to Essos. I fought crows, and now I'm here.
Long way. I spend most of my time in Dorne, until my father thought it an appropriate punishment to send me all the way to the swampy Riverlands. So here I am, living out my punishment.
It's not all that bad.
You've never seen Dorne.
You've never seen the North.
What? Snow? Cold? Dead trees? No sunshine? Let me guess. You keep each other warm in caves.
Have you been to the North?
This is as far north as I have ever been. Like I said, I am like a snake, cold-blooded. The sun suits me better than the snow.
That I believe.
Lavina? Diana calls from the other end of a corridor.
To my duties. Then I shall speak with you soon.
Agreed, Lavina.
Until we share wine again. Oh, and do yourself a favor. There are better ways of letting a woman know you like her than asking her to spar.
No one has told me these things.
Some things are better learned the hard way, Declan. I just pat your big chest and I'm like, so maybe tell her why you like her beyond her shield and her mace.
But I have just met her and that's all I've heard of.
Then maybe you should get to know her better without a sword in hand.
She is currently alone inside of the...
Agreed.
I must tend to the daughter. She rarely
see to her.
calls. I suspected that you... Coming, Liana.
Also, you've got a message in Discord doc.
I see that. Okay. Yes, Liana.
Can we talk somewhere more private?
Sure. Why don't we go to the study? We have not sat down and looked at Dornish history in many weeks.
Not my room?
Not your room. There is no books in there.
And I just wanted to talk.
Yes, you've made that clear. To the study, shall we?
Okay.
So, what is it?
We have to go on like this?
Liana, I told you, when we returned from Dorne, things would be different. You have a duty. I have a duty.
Is it
And
always
this-
going to be different? I'm meant to be married in a few years.
Yes, and then you will be pleased and loved by somebody else.
Your brother's nice. But he's your brother.
So? He will be a good man. He's just young.
I'm sure he'll be perfectly nice.
What is it you're trying to get at, Liana?
He's not you.
No, he's not me. There is only one Luvina Sant in Westeros, and for good reason.
And I know I have to share you.
Speak your mind. In Dorne, we wear our feelings on our sleeves, not behind.
We're
What
not
is it
in
you're trying
Dawn,
to
though.
say? You will. Our job is to train you to be ready for that. So speak your mind.
I have a few years until I'm married to your brother who is nice. We at least have a few years.
No, because it has become very clear to me that it is no longer about our intimate times. I love you. And I have made a mistake because I'm afraid that you too love me.
Is that so much of a problem?
It is when your love is meant to be for someone else.
My love doesn't need to be for anyone else. All he wants is what's between my legs.
My brother told you this.
No, but that's what royal family marriages are all about. Just make more babies, keep the royal families going, the lordships going. He doesn't need my love for that.
He does. As does my family. You're very rude to them when you were there. They could sense your distaste. It was disappointing, Liana.
They were nice. It was just so very different than I thought. And it made me realize that I won't have you.
You lied to your father.
I didn't know what else to say.
Child, you should have told him the truth.
Well, in hindsight, yes.
You have put me in a difficult position.
I mean, you've put me in plenty of difficult positions before now.
Yes, I know, but those are ones that we deal with in private. You have put me in one where your father is questioning my loyalty to this house. He does not trust me. And without that trust, I cannot continue to see you in private. He knows that something is wrong. And with the death of your brother, the house is in unrest. And as much as Lovina would like to get up every day and lounge naked in your room with Dornish wine, that is not my job.
I just lost my brother. And with Jason being 5, I'm meant to be the one vaguely being in control of this house, and all I want to do is just spend my days with you. And you're pulling away when I need you.
Okay, do not get upset.
She gives you what can only be described as a severe expression at that.
I have given you time to mourn on your own. You should mourn. And you should not try to hide those feelings or submerge them with fits of ecstasy. It is not healthy. I will no longer visit you at night. Our sneaking around cannot happen anymore. I will ease your pain. Be during the day, when we are supposed to be together.
She goes from like that step back, like I think she's pushing me away, to like suddenly stepping forwards, like this is something I didn't expect.
That being said, you cannot lie. When we are together, we are supposed to be.
Okay. Anything.
And we can discuss more later. If you really want to be a part of your house, you should see to your father. And you should look after your sister. I'm afraid that the death of your brother and what she witnessed has changed her. So instead of being selfish and worrying about how you will get your rocks off at the end of the day, remember what is important, Liana. You want me in your bed? Then give me good reason to come to it. Not sit around moping like some girl.
It's not about wanting you in my bed.
Then what is it? If you want us to be together, listen to the words I am about to say. This is never going to happen. There is no happy ending for us. We are not going to run away into sunset on horseback. We ought to be married, and if not to my brother, then some other lord.
What if we ran away?
This cannot happen.
Why not?
You want to leave everything. We run away as two women in love in Westeros.
Maybe go to Essos.
Oh, so we take a boat across the sea, where we may be killed, raped, murdered, Liana.
Or go to Dawn. It's not that bad with you.
My family would disown me. We would have to live in secret, a life incognito. This is what you want. No more pretty things, no more nice beds. You would have to change your name. Leave everything you know behind. And Liana, as much as I love you, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I have given my life to greater purpose. And that is to that of my family. There are so many things you think you know that you do not. Just because you have slept with me does not mean you know me.
I don't care about sleeping with you. That's not what this is about.
It is about your feelings.
You said
You
you
need
had
to
feelings for me
understand.
too.
I do, and I love you. But I cannot be with you. This is the truth. And as hard as it is to understand, you cannot change this. So it is better to accept it for what it is, overcome it, and move on.
Like you give me an emotional dagger to the heart, and I meant to live with this for years. You meant to be my
It will not be
teacher
the
for the
first emotional dagger that you will surpass in your lifetime. It may feel so important now, but when you are married to my brother, dressed in Dornish robes, being served the wine, you can have anything you want.
You?
Any woman, no. You cannot have me.
Places of the Dornish were different.
They are different, but not different enough to know that you are sleeping with your husband's sister. Even the Dornish have some things that we just do not do. Now, open that book. Open the book.
Not today.
It's fine then. You don't open book, I don't give you what I was going to give you.
It's not just about that.
And I don't know what it is you want me to say, Liana.
I think you've said more than enough. At least for
I'm
today.
sorry. I'm sorry if these hurt your feelings. But I am doing what is best for your family and mine. I learned a long time ago that sometimes what I personally feel is secondary to what has to be done. You will be a lot happier when you learn this, Liana.
There's more to life than just marrying some young boy from a family far away.
Sit down, Liana. It. I walk over and close the door. Have I ever told you how I got this scar? A big one along my throat.
No.
If I tell you something, Liana, something that will help you better understand why it is that I cannot give you what you want, you should know that it is everything that I have. And if you tell a soul, let me tell you this story first, and then I threaten you. In my culture, the woman of the house, head of house, gives the youngest girl a snake. It is a rite of passage. You may even receive one as a gift on your wedding day. It is why I let you hold Claudia, overcome your fear of such things. When I was just a girl, my mother gave me a beautiful black viper. My brother, he was a cruel man, jealous. I watched him as he took my snake. He chopped it into pieces and he fed it to his dogs. This night, in violent fit of rage, I snuck from my room, stole the dagger from his guards, and killed him while he slept. As I stood over his bleeding body, my family's blood on my hands, I felt such remorse and regret for what I had done that I attempted to take my own life, Liana. The scar you see around my neck was not given to me by some assailant who broke into my home. A month later, I awoke from a deep sleep. Our Maester Raphael, had saved my life. I was unable to speak. And he told me that my brother's guard had been tried as the murderer, an attack, an assault upon our family, they called it. He died in the snake pits. As I said, unable to speak, for years, the Maester took care of me. He knew it was self-inflicted, but he never told us so. And I have lived a lie my whole life. But in that lie, in that moment, my mother, she came to me and she said, Lovina, it is a miracle. I am with child, baby boy. And at 13 years old, I realized the gods had given me a second chance. It was that day that I swore I would give my life for my family and the protection of my brother. So hear me when I say that as much as I may personally love you, it is secondary to the promise that I made to my family. It took the life of the eldest boy. I turned down an opportunity to become legitimized and lose my bastard name because my brother means everything. So I tell you this now for two reasons. One, if you tell anyone, I will kill you. And two, if you try in any way to stain your family's name or the name of my family and not marry my brother, I will kill you. Now, since you are not interested in Dornish history today, and I am far too sober for it to be mid-afternoon, I will leave you. Think about it.
Make an
Leona.
intimidate roll.
Oh, okay, I can do that. Do I have any intimidation? What is that? That's
Persuasion.
persuasion? Yeah, I don't have any. Well,
Just
that's okay. I
persuasion
got
then.
It's a 12.
Okay. She doesn't say anything, but she definitely gives you a glare. Like, her eyes throughout that conversation go from, like, wide surprise to, like, horror to just, like, she's just taking in a lot of information that she can't process. To, at the end, when you start threatening her specifically, she just glares.
Have a good afternoon, Leona. I'm more than happy to visit you during the day. But our nighttime trick-or-treats are done. You should start thinking about your new husband. He will love you, as I have loved you. And I leave.
Okay. So, 2 questions, since we are a little bit over time. I know we've got a time limit today, very specifically. Firstly, Islene, do you want to run that deal past anyone, or are you going to take it straight to your father?
Straight to my father.
Okay, make a persuasion convince roll.
Persuasion convince.
If you want to use a destiny point, or, roll a 21, that's fine. This is fine.
Oh my gosh.
Bloody hell.
Oh, what did I
Do you
roll?
want to use a destiny point to make that 24? Because that hits another threshold. You've got loads of them.
Yeah, you know what? I'll use a destiny point. 'Cause I'm a kid. I get more destiny points.
Yeah, that's a 24. That's nuts. Okay, sure. Done. Yeah, Lord Tommen just accepts the deal without a second thought. You've gone over it. You've got so many bits of, like, corroborating bits of paperwork that you've got from Maester Gallard and a few other bits here and there. You've set out this lovely argument about why they should do this and what it benefits you. The fact you can get the short-term military buff that protects you. If the Rhymers do get antsy again, you've got this military support. It goes through. We'll adjust your stats in the after show. Declan, did you want to quickly catch Andrea?
Is she going to be here next session?
No.
Hmm.
Hey, Calith will be, if you want to have that conversation with Calith, if you want to just, use him as, like, a role-play target to be like, so Calith, I've got these feelings, you've got Tower Shield, and Calith just sits there going, what?
Depends. It depends on if everybody's okay with letting it run over a little bit.
How much?
Sure.
Okay, go. If
don't
need
know.
be, we can cut it short.
Okay. All right. Since I'm going to find out where she is, likely since she's left at this point,
She's leaving the courtyard as you're leaving the corridor coming from the courtyard, so you actually probably bump into each other, to be honest. It literally just happens to be the right time in the right place.
Okay. Now, if we're going to set the scene, can we have something that's not quite as dismal as this current music? Because it's not quite...
I had to change it for Lavina for some reason. There was some
Flirtatious
sort of
fun.
revelation and dark words and dark deeds.
Sure. I gotcha. I'm just not sure I'm feeling it with that one.
Just can't quite get my gusto going.
Yeah, my groove's not quite there. So I'll seek her out, or I'll bump into her at this
I like
point.
that. Bob's like, I need a music change, please.
Yeah, like it was too heavy. It
Like
was
you're
way
in the
too heavy.
middle of an act and you're like, the music. I can't act in these conditions.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
My trailer is, like, so small. This is, like, slavery. This is harsh.
That's right. And in my contract, there's at least TiVo. And if I don't get TiVo, I'll throw a fucking fit.
It's true.
And all the red M&Ms picked out. No red M&Ms.
That's right. Right. Okay. So bumping into Andrea Stadwell.
Declan,
It was suggested to me that I try to get to know you.
Oh, by whom?
Lovina.
Interesting. Well, of course I'd like to get to know you more, but is there another reason that she would request this of you?
She said that I was a bit forthcoming, one would even say too intense, as I am often perceived.
She kind of like puts her hand on your arm and like laughs a little bit and is like, oh, it's okay. Is this about your behavior in the kitchen?
To a degree, yes. Yes, I believe so.
Don't worry. Between you and me, I much prefer those types of conversations. It's just, I quite wasn't expecting it.
I understand.
I do want to put on a good face, though, as my family is doing dealings with the family here. And, of course, I want to be in Ithleen's good graces.
That makes
The ladies
sense.
talk sometimes, and although I am not interested in it all, I do not want to be conversation of gossip.
I can appreciate that. You have a bit of a reputation. Coming so close to winning the tournament. You have brought a certain fame to your house, and, well, to Theron as well, and I wish not to dot his flame. I can appreciate a man who can openly express his feelings, as I am one myself. Though admittedly, I didn't understand. I had not seen it firsthand as he had. So I was hoping, if there were time before you were to leave, that you could tell me a bit more about you, where you're from, and where you learned to fight.
I would love to. It's very interesting to me that you want to see me fight so badly. I get this often where people don't believe things because I'm a woman and a lady, but I don't feel like I need to prove myself either.
The women where I'm from are taught to fight. They have to often defend themselves against suitors or rapists. Things that they are not okay with.
Does not sound like a pleasant place to live.
It's
Is
not.
that perhaps why you live here? What brings you here?
You see his like brow kind of furrow for a moment. I'll just say it's gut intuition.
Did your family send you?
I actually don't have much of a family. I never met my father, and I had many mothers. As they say, it takes a community to raise a child, especially one like myself.
I'm sorry.
Never really knew my mother, but I knew many women as my mother.
I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience a family. I adore mine, and of course you are right. I do want to make a name for my family. The Stadwell name growing would be, well, a legacy that I would love to be part of.
So you will do as most houses do and marry up?
Perhaps. Or my sisters will. I have plenty of those. And my brothers, I'm sure. Well.
You did say that you had many sisters.
I do. I have 4 other sisters.
Do
2
they
are
fight as
older,
well as you?
2 are younger. What?
Do they fight as well as you?
I wish. They're more interested in other delicacies, I suppose. My family doesn't really approve of my fighting. But you asked a question regarding how I learned to fight.
Yes. Who taught you?
Well, it was a bit of a secret for a long time. When I was a little girl, my brother, well, he saw the way that I got excited about watching the fighting. Him and my other brother were training with one another and, of course, learning the ways of the warriors of Stadwell. And well, my one brother, Ronnie, he's the heir to our lands. He gave me a sword in secrecy and made me promise not to tell anyone. I named it too. He said that a proper sword needs a name.
I've never had a weapon stay with me long enough to give it a name.
I still own it. It's called Wolfslayer. I was a little kid. I thought it was funny. Wolves in our lands in the forest are quite crazy beasts.
It can be.
Said to tame one is, well, you'll have a friend for life, as they're quite loyal.
Have you fought wolves before?
Well, not when I was a kid. It was mostly just training with my brother. But I have had to, sometimes when we are traveling. But not that I want to.
And you really beat Theron in the tournament.
I did, and I went on to beat others.
He is quite embarrassed of this.
He put up a good fight. It was not an easy feat. He's quite a good fighter.
Isn't this what all prize fighters say? It's a way of how they say, saving face, trying not to appear
Between you
too
and me.
prideful.
Between you and me, I do not care for that kind of behavior. But I do understand some save face, as you say. But for me, he was actually a good fighter. And it was a pretty intense battle. And I would bring him onto my side if I ever were pit up against an enemy. I would love to have him at my side. But I've also fought many fighters who, well, were not very good. Or underestimated me.
This is why I have an interest.
Sorry, go ahead.
This is why I have interest. I do not know where you lie. You as formidable as they say, or are you all smoke, this liar or rumor?
Well, I will let you know that the coin in my pocket from that tournament would prove that I would hope that I was able to best many of the men and women. In fact, that was probably the first time I've ever fought another woman in a large tournament such as that. It's very rare. Normally, I'm the one being laughed at. And sometimes I let my pride get the best of me. I've gotten in a few fights over things of such.
Do you have a name that you are called by other than Andrea Stadwell? One that the people have called you?
The people? You mean those who watch our tournaments?
Or the hamlets around your castle where you reside?
Andrea, you would know that some people, although you're not that famous, do just name you after your sword. They call you Wolfslayer as well.
My brother's sword or my
Wolfslayer.
the sword that gave me?
Yeah, Wolfslayer.
Okay. Well, some do call me Wolfslayer, but my friends all call me Andy for the most part.
Andy.
Nothing too crazy.
I like that. They call me Ironsbane.
Ironsbane. It's a very intense name.
It's informative.
So tell me, how did you come to have this name?
9 or so years ago, I arrived at the top of the Iron Steps by boat. And I was believed to have fought, as people say, many men. I've heard varying numbers, 50, 60, 100 men, all ironborn. It was much closer to 15 or 20. But I held the landing And as they climbed the steps, I fought them all off. And I was led there from my gut. Something told me that I had to defend this place. Defend it as if it were my last battle. And I did. And the Lord, Tommen, he saw me as such, dressed in a very different kind of garb, fighting a very different kind of style, and he knew immediately that I was not from these lands. And he forgave me for my past, for the things that I may have done. And I fought for him in his home. Essentially, he saw me for the man that I was, not for what I was in the past. Eventually, he appointed me to Master at Arms. And now I train his men.
It seems that the both of us have had to overcome hurdles.
I think so.
I can understand, though. I think that if my family were to meet you, they might be quick to judge as well.
This
There
I
are
used to.
Of your people, and they are not of good rapport.
They're all true. We are wild. Survival demands it. Honestly, we want to come across the wall. Because there are far less and worse things to deal with than a band of crows. There are many nightmares beyond the wall. So we fight with all we have.
But it's the only way we can, with all we have. And if we don't, well, someone else will.
That is correct. Thank you for your time. I have enjoyed these passing moments. Andy.
It's good to meet you, Declan.
I'll hold you no longer. I'm sure you have many more things to take care of before you leave.
Currently, I don't have very much. I'm just waiting for the ladies to finish having their conversation. They wanted some private moments to themselves.
Well,
So,
if
tell
you ever
me.
would like to have a go, I would love to see how you fight.
You know what? I will humor you.
You'll probably finally see Declan smile since you've arrived.
And we can do a little bout if you want, EE. I don't know if you want to do it now or it would probably happen later, but
I'm just saying, we don't maybe have time for a bout between the
Yeah.
two of
no,
you.
not a battle. Yeah.
But if you want to do like a really quick one roll each and compare who gets the biggest DC.
Who's
over
got the biggest one?
Yeah, if you want.
We do 3 like we did before, and
Okay, do 3 rolls of your weapon minus the opposing person's armor class.
ooh, okay. What's your armor class?
My
have-
combat defense is 8.
Yeah, -8. And then
I forgot
Andrew's-
to update my stuff with the full plate stuff that I got. But for now, I'll just use the half plate.
use the half for now, and then you'll have to update later.
Your armor rating's what?
8.
8?
Mm-hmm.
My armor rating is 10.
Okay.
Is it 10
All
with
right.
the Oh yeah, because you've got ridiculous amounts of armor. That's why.
Yeah, and I'm not. Right now I only have the half plate on my thing. So extra task dice, none, right?
No extra dice.
Bonus
Just a normal
dice,
roll, but
none.
minus the opponent's
The
combat.
flat modifier would be minus 8.
for you. Yeah.
Okay, minus 8. And I'm going to do
Minus 10.
3 rolls.
Yep, if you can get me 3 rolls. Holy Jesus Christ!
Oh my god, you're going to wreck me.
Maybe.
How did is it rolling wrong? That looks weird.
That's definitely rolling wrong. You've rolled 9 dice, you've got over 2 6s, and it's still... The first one's right, you just rolled terrible. That last one's right. If you can roll me one more, we'll ignore that 0, because that's definitely wrong.
Okay. Yeah, it looked like it rolled
God,
weird.
these rolls.
Oh my
and,
gosh.
Declan, if you can actually use the button that's got your
Oh.
damage on it, just because it will prevent like the stats and the damage and stuff.
The button with
With
okay.
the weapon.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
Dude, you're wrecking me.
Hmm?
Oh, you still have to roll twice, right?
I mean, I did have twice.
Yeah,
but-
you
Oh
roll
no, I
once
see
more.
3.
Or
Yeah.
2016.
Yeah, you fucking are killing it. I rolled really bad. Something seems
Holy.
wrong with it.
No, you've just rolled very badly. Like, you've had an off day. Maybe it's just you had like a hard day's riding, or maybe it's all the socializing, or maybe it's you don't really want to hit Declan because he was actually relatively nice, and maybe you're holding back instinctively. But for whatever reason, Declan, you trash her tower shield. You just completely
actually
shatter-
destroy it?
Well, let's just say she's got enough money that we're not going to care about repair costs.
Okay.
But you shatter the edges of that thing until the point that like it just can't be used properly as a tower shield, at which point you start forcing her back. She tries her best, but once the tower shield is gone, her speciality, like I said, is in shields. And with a two-handed weapon versus her mace, you eventually force her back. It's blow upon blow. She tries, but maybe she's having an off day. Maybe something's holding her back, or maybe it's just your fighting style is unknown to her. But in a very quick, very rough bout without much tactics, you defeat her. That said, it's not a full-on bout. We're not counting proper points and stuff. So whether Declan would count this as a real full bout or not, more just a fun sparring session. This is more the fun sparring as opposed to the proper bout. But yeah, you beat her by a good few degrees of success.
Jeez, I don't know why I'm rolling so bad.
Bearing in mind that you also do
This is like
twice
the
as much
only thing I'm
damage.
supposed to be good at.
Yeah, you do twice as much damage, and you got more degrees of success. So,
Yeah.
Andrea, the only thing you're good at. What's your persuasion score again?
Okay, it's true.
But yeah, that is where we'll leave it for today. Andrea successfully managed to do her mission objective. Y'all managed to get a nice deal with Davin. A lot of lore bombs and secrets were dropped. When we come back next session, there'll be another small time skip. Not as big this time. Things are going to start happening. Andrea, for your duty here and helping, you can take 2 gold dragons.
2 what?
2 gold dragons. Yeah.
Sweet.
And all of y'all, take 200 silver.
Oh,
Everyone else.
Okay. Are we gonna have a full cast next session?
We will. We will have a Caliph back. So if you wish to profess your undying love to Caliph as well, we can make that happen.
perfect. Well, we've
Well,
all
maybe
been
he
waiting
doesn't
for.
love me anymore because he bested me.
That's true.
Well, I've certainly never fought a woman like this before. I think the interest is definitely still there.
Well, with that, we're going to go through where you can find people until next week, when we will continue and Caliph will be back. Let's start off with our lovely guest, Andrew Stadwell, Margaret Crone, Maggie, the amazing tongue-flapping purple thingy-mabob. Who are you? What are you doing? Where we find you?
Oh my gosh. I just keep realizing that no one on YouTube probably understands that at all. I'm Margaret Crone. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all the places. Pretty simple. I've started to do a lot of stuff on my channel now. I'm actually doing something with a dot too. So I am going to be releasing my game that I've been working on called Witches in Spellcraft, if you're interested in Witches in Spellcraft. And I am just really excited for all of the things, and I'm happy that I got to guest on this. If you want to keep up with all the things that I'm doing, just follow me over there, and I'll let you know whenever I'm live or what's going on, what's happening, what I'm eating. I don't know, things that are said on the internet.
Okay. And what about a girl should tell us where she can be found?
Hey.
That was cool.
Awesome.
Hello, everybody. Miss Magitech. I'm Miss Magitech. You can find me on all the places at Miss Magitech. I play a lot of tabletop games, mostly offline, but I also play a lot of RPGs. And I just got back from E3, and it was pretty awesome, by the way.
Jealous.
I didn't see Mathis though. Again, this is the second event where Mathis and I were about the same event and we did not run into each other. So I will never meet Mathis. Very sad.
Mathis doesn't actually exist.
He doesn't actually
No.
exist. I don't believe that he was actually at E3 now.
He's a robot.
Yeah.
No.
And you can send a robot to E3.
True. But yeah, that's me.
Okay. What about Lavina? Obviously a peach who never did anything wrong to her family.
I'm innocent.
Totally.
Hey gang, I'm Dot. You can find me online as Little Red Dot. I'm a GM and digital storyteller, and I run a Twitch channel and get to play on awesome channels throughout the week, like this one. So best place is to go find me on Twitter or my Discord, where you can keep up with all the crazy amounts of games that I will be running. I'm actually closing out my own witch campaign to go into Maggie's campaign, and I just announced that I'll be running a 4-week game of Scum and Villainy. So you can start tuning in on Tuesday nights and watching us do a little heist action in space. It's called the Purloin Code. So yeah.
Very cool.
And what about
That's me. That's what I do.
the man from beyond the wall?
Hi, it's me, Bub, or the Bubbernaut, in pretty much every place. If you Google it, you can find me on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, but most importantly, Twitch, which is where I do just about everything. I run a lot of Pathfinder through the week. Tuesdays, Mummy's Mask. Wednesday is Shackled City. Thursdays, I just wrapped up a 2-run of Warhammer on Sheepy's channel. That was wild. It was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with that. I think I'll be coming back to that in the future as well. Also, I'm going to be putting out a flyer tonight about the location and times for Bubfest, which is a 3-day meet and greet camping trip in Brown County National Park, Southern Indiana. It's going to be a lot of fun. This year, we're shooting to have like 50 or 60 people out, and we just step away from electronics and have a blast.
That's
So
awesome.
everybody's invited. Just come on out and have a good time. And
I go camping once a
party.
year and turn off all the electronics. It's a great experience. It's
Definitely
so cool
worthwhile.
you do that, Bub, and encourage other people to do it. It's great.
But that's me. What about you, E? Where can we find you? What do you do?
I do things on the internet. YouTube.com/Enter Elysium. Twitch.tv/Enter Elysium. Tuesdays I've Rogue Trade a game. That's totally normal and fine, and nothing goes at all wrong or weird or yeah. That's a new thing. That's on Tuesday at 6 p.m. BST. Yeah. We're gonna go do an after show now. Hopefully that's gonna be fun. Thank you very much for saving me support in today's episode to make it possible to pay the majority of the gas cost. Until next time, may the dice roll over in your favor.
Bye,
I will
guys.
check if there were any tips. Don't think there were.
Oh yeah, do that.
I almost forgot.
Do that.
Ooh, it's warm.
It is.
I was thinking the same thing. I am sweating in this turtleneck. I just need everybody to know that. I'm always so hot when I put this thing on.
Yeah,
And
not wearing
in a good way.
the fur because it's like too
Yeah,
much.
my first.
Yeah.
We did. We
Oh.
had.
Ooh.
Nope. No, we didn't. That's just from a week ago, but it's still
Getting
applicable. Hashtag Kayla did nothing wrong. Just saying. Still applicable.
Ooh.
Definitely. Anyway,
Any character played by Mathis probably doing something wrong.
That's the truest thing that's been said on today's
very
show.
right. Bye, everyone.